Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Wednesday, the 25th of February. And it is Hump Day. Ladies and gentlemen, that's right. Another celebrated day in the week of the working people of the world, those of us who have, I guess you would say, standardized work weeks. It is a very important day. We celebrate the hump because you are, well, by the end of the day, you will be staring down the barrel towards the weekend. We are on the downward slope, so it's all smooth sailing, I'm sure. Smooth sailing to the weekend where you get your couple of days of freedom. The things that are awarded to us plebs, us productive class that make all of the value out there. So the billionaire class can sit there and extract all of that value and all that wealth and do whatever the hell they want with it. Don't you feel good knowing that you live in a society that is structured that way, that your general efforts and the most productive years of your life go towards supporting a upper class of people that get to decide what to do with it, and then thus use their incredible resources to dictate politics, world affairs, and thus run your life by extension. So happy hump day to you all. Ready to rock and roll, depending on how you identify on what issue or on what metric. That is the real question, isn't it? Did anyone see Kash Patel at the Winter Olympics? It was like the rich kid who got his dad to pay for Friends. No, I haven't seen that. Actually, it's funny that you say that. That funny stuff. Ninja Nurse, how you going? Hobo Joe, yo, happy hump day. That's right, happy hump day to you. And like I said, all the working people out there. David's in the house. Hi, may not be able to listen long, but I'll drop in from time to time best I can. P.S. Trump's State of the Union speech is going on now. Yes. See, he already hinted to it, David, that it's going to be a longie. So, like, I don't know if I have the energy, the stamina to put us all through an extensive Trump speech. But yes, I've heard that the State of the Union is coming. I've also heard there's people protesting it. There's particular people that aren't going to be rocking up to Congress to hear, and they're going to be outside or something protesting it. So, State of the Union 2026, I guess we'll grab the highlight reel on this one. So thanks for checking in and saying hi. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. You know how it is. Helps with the algo, eh? Our Lord and Protector, the algorithm. Just one bad leader talking over another, talking for over an hour at a time. Please. Yeah, I think he is going to speak a lot. So, like, I don't mind going through and listening to a seminal talk, something that's going to, be clipped and reverberate through the world media machine to get the actual context of what they say instead of just what the liberal media establishment says. But, I'm just going to have to sacrifice this one. I can't do it. I just can't do it, man. Don't know if I could put us all through that. Hobo Joe, now to business. What has Albo done now? I might have been half asleep, but did I read something about Albo being evacuated from a security threat? Yes. We will kind of get to that, I guess. David, he's been blathering on for a while already. Let's just wait for the highlight reel later. Let's see. It's what I'm suggesting. Like, I don't know if I can sit through all of that. I don't know if you should sit through all of that. There's only so much torture and abuse one can take before they've had enough. Happy hump day. Very nice. Lovely. Thank you very much, Ninja Nurse. This is the Kash Patel moment. Chugging a beer in the US Olympic hockey players' locker room. Like, what are these guys doing? Like, honestly, they've got ICE agents over there for the Winter Olympics. They've got the FBI director chugging beers with the boys, like kind of thing. Like, what's going on here? We'll have a look at this in a moment. I'm sure we'll remember it for the rest of our lives, right? But yeah, talking about Albo though, me getting ready to defend my boy Albo. Calm down. Captain Bucket's ready to start swinging. Chairman Albo needs backup, bro. Let's do this. Yeah, well, you're gonna have to defend him against Karl and Karl's audience, I guess. We'll see how that goes. But yes, yeah, the security threat. It seems like the lodge was evacuated late late last night, early morning for some security threat. Now, the only thing that you can think of is like as a result of this, like honestly, when you hear this, what happened at the lodge yesterday? Karl Stefanovic had his podcasts, and then like apparently, as Dilemma has reported to us, the comment section was scathing. Didn't like Albo very much, and then like lo and behold, there's a bomb scare or some type of threat on the lodge, and one thing leads to another, and everyone's being evacuated. What incredible timing that is, eh? Maybe the last time anyone gets to do a podcast with the Prime Minister under those circumstances. Ninja Nurse, was Albo protected from Nazis again? That is kind of a flex. It is, isn't it? Like, who you're getting under the skin of if they're trying to eliminate you, I guess. Bomb scare. Albo might have learnt the Trump play of redirection to deflect from criticism. Yes, blame the victim. So good. Chairman Albo and his Mao information, not Mal. Mao information. I see what you did there. What happens at the lodge stays at the lodge. Oh, I don't want to know then. I don't want to know what him and Karl Stefanovic got up to after they filmed the podcast. Remember when Trump got evacuated from his scare and they called him Bunker Boy? No, I don't remember that. But I'll take your word for it all the way. So we're actually going to have a look at the events that led up to the bomb scare on Chairman Albo. We're going to have a look at... I'm not going to watch the whole thing. There's a couple of highlights that... the Karl Stefanovic show people have chopped up from the extensive podcast that the two of them filmed yesterday. That is Chairman Albo and Karl, the man himself. So we're going to have a look at a couple of those clips today just to see what the fuss is about. And then Dilemmas can relive the trauma. It's part of the healing process, Dilemmas. I'm sure you're going to love it. We're also going to have a look at a couple of other things as well. It's been 4 years since... 4 years since the Ukraine-Russia war kicked off. And so we're going to get what the mainstream media has to say about this. I'm going to go straight to the heart of the lion's den. I'm going to go to the BBC World News, and we're getting, a rundown of what we're supposed to think about this conflict from the mainstream media. For the Western media are obviously very tied to this matter. It's a potentially existential moment for the West, and so it'd be interesting to see what they say. They'd be like, after 4 years, and they have those like slides and like montage videos, and they're just like, this was the war to remember kind of thing, and they have all like the beautiful pictures and the usual pageantry. I guess we'll see what the mainstream media has to say about that, and then we'll look at a few other things. I actually really want to touch on the high-speed rail stuff that's happening in on the East Coast. I'm so, oh my God, like fangirling this one. Like, I really think Australia needs some serious infrastructure provision in order to make sure that our economy doesn't pale into insignificance. And so apparently, like, you've heard me talk about having high-speed rail in Australia, and apparently it's high-speed rail is back on the menu, boys. And so we might see we'll look into the proposal, the project, and like how it's developing. And so we'll have a quick look at that, and then we'll look at some other stuff as well as the day goes by. I bet China would help build it if you asked nicely. Look, even if you didn't ask nicely, they'd probably fucking do it, considering what we were investigating the other day. But like, I think it's a viable option. Like, do you want to do it nicely, like well and for a good price, then like why not let the Chinese do it? They're kind of the world leaders in it. Can I just say? Captain Bucket, the bomb scare was declared by the AFP. Albo had nothing to do with it. Of course, they found nothing. Just federal police being federal police. I'm sure in hindsight, I will find it more funny than I did at the time, lol. Not funny clown, haha. Tragic clown, haha. There is only one kind of good BBC, and it doesn't report the news. Very good, Ninja Nurse. I can only wonder what you're talking about. Yes, build the rail. Yeah, so like there are plans, it would seem, to really properly investigate the high-speed rail. I'm not going to say that they're committing to it exactly. They're definitely committing to investigating it and making it a viable option. But like we're talking about something that might not be around till the 2040s. You know, it's almost like doing some type of AUKUS deal. Am I right? Am I right? Hey? Hobo Joe, the best news I saw yesterday was the glorious Supreme Leader Kim had won the election. Very good. Is this because they had met for their party congress recently? And that's the result of it. They finally had the vote, and he's going to stay on top of the structure, the political structure. Who would have thought, eh? I also watched Carl Pod the day before with Chocky and Sam Bam. There are two different Carls. It seems like he has no integrity, and maybe he is just a grifter that people were talking about. Yeah. Only 2 years till shovels hit the dirt, lol. There's a bypass being built in Newcastle. It started before I was born. And that bypass is actually got to do with the high-speed rail? Or is it just another type of bypass? I haven't been on a train for 30 odd years. Last one I was on was in Sydney. Interesting. Engineers, Albo was the shadow infrastructure minister for a really long time. On numerous occasions, he has hinted towards his desire to build high-speed rail. He could potentially be potentially the prime minister to build it. Well, like, you know, given the timelines, and we'll investigate this later, but like given the timelines that we're talking about here, like, you know, unless Chairman Albo is chairman for life, yeah, it's very unlikely that he'll be the guy that builds it. But like, will he be the one that really puts it into motion so it's realistic? Yes, I bloody hope so. Like, somebody's got to do it. Like, we need large-scale infrastructure projects. Like, was anyone here for the latter part or like the end part of yesterday's stream and watching the mega projects that China is undertaking? And it's really just China competing against itself. Like, there is no one else in the world that's doing what China's doing. Like, at least last time there was a Cold War, like America and the Soviet Union, you know, they were like, we can do this, and no, we'll do it. And they're like really competing against each other to show off, you know, who's better, capitalism or communism. And they were, you know, really in a race to do a lot of stuff and show off to the world's population about who was better. But like, you know, looking at those infrastructure projects that China is building, there is no one that is doing the type of stuff that they're doing. It's barely imaginable. Like, it's hard to imagine or even conceive properly of what they're actually doing over there. It's absolutely mental, absolutely mental. I believe so. A total of 100% of the votes. I love democracy. It's a good system, isn't it? Jordan in the house, morning chaps and chapettes. Dilemma's traffic is getting crazy in Adelaide, almost like there isn't enough infrastructure anymore. It's all those damn migrants, Dilemmas. Eh? They didn't let the migrants in, and they would have had more infrastructure. Eh? You know what I'm saying? Transport infrastructure takes way too long in this country. Yep. So I'm saying, get the Chinese to do it. The US can't even get working toilets on their aircraft carriers. No way. No way. Has there been some dirt spilled on the US aircraft carriers that the toilets aren't working? That's hilarious. Isn't that great? I heard someone talking about the whole Iranian situation this morning, and they're just like, look, the Americans kind of have to do something because like they can't actually afford, well, like it costs a lot just to keep these ships just like hanging around, you know, in the Arabian Sea, just like chilling in the Arab Sea. It actually costs a lot of money. So, you know, even for someone like like the US, a country like the US who has, it would seem, endless money for their military budget. They're like, they can't just have this armada hanging out the front there. Somebody's got to pay for the toilets. You know what I'm saying? US Gerald Ford is a total shit show. Eh? Yeah, I see what you did there. Wouldn't be as many cars on the road. We don't do public transport like you Easterners. We drive everywhere. Ah ha ha. Well, I knew it. Looks like it's the long game dilemmas. You got to get in the migrants to clog up the roads, and then they'll build the infrastructure. If it wasn't for the migrants, hey, then they'd never be prompted to do the infrastructure in the first place. Thank God for the migrants, eh? Extra textures. Yo, pulled a sickie today, hanging out for a bit. Happy hump day. So good. Oh man, so many good working class traditions being melded into one there, hey? Hanging a sickie. If you're from the international audience, you don't know what Australians are talking about here. Let me just translate for you. A sickie is a sick day. Now, I would have one point of contention with extra texture over here is when I spell sickie, I spell it with an IE. Now, this might split the Australian audience, but I would like to have an understanding. How do Australians spell sickie? Is it sickie with a Y or an IE? But yeah, hanging out for a sickie on hump day. Hey, that is just beautiful working class language right there. It's just wonderful. Let's just take a moment to appreciate that. Same, I showed up at work today and no one was there. What, are you working like an office or something and people can work from home? How do people just not come to work like that? Ninja Nurse IE. Oh, whoa. Hey, well. Sick E for sure. IE. Interesting. I wonder if it's maybe a geographical thing, like some parts of Australia spell it differently than others. Maybe some generations spell it differently. Dilemmas. I feel like the Sith Lord when Albo calls me a dark force, except Albo is a dead ringer for Palpatine. Maybe we'll hear about it in the highlight reel. Hey, maybe we'll hear about it in the highlight reel. I'm assuming you're talking about Albo's calling what, the right wing or the far right or something like that, a dark force. Jordan, breaking news, the ICC are prosecuting the former leader of the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, for crimes against humanity. Well, eh? If only they could do that with all of the people that they would go after with that exact same charge, hey? If only they had actual abilities and weren't ghosted by the international community. No, the workday got cancelled, but no one told me. Drove 35 minutes and back for no reason. That's savage, bro. That's savage. Whoever's your team leader or manager or whoever, you should have stern words with them. Hey? That's all right. I will support the economy today. Have a break, legends. I will support the economy. Okay. Enjoy the economy. Have a break, legends. Have a break. All right. Shall we? Wait, where do we want to go first? Do we just go? I kind of want to get this out of the way. I want to hear what Albo has to say, I guess, and what pressing questions Karl has to ask. I guess we'll just get that one out of the way first. And David, if you're still listening, if you get any highlights from Trump's State of the Union address, let us know. All right, let's do this one. See the title of this one? This is the Karl Stefanovic show or podcast or whatever the fuck. This is it here. All right, here's the clip title. Australians believe you let anti-Semitism build in Australia. What is your response? I think there's some general assumptions here that I'm going to take aim at right now. I would actually question the premise here. Do Australians actually think that anti-Semitism has built up? Honestly, do all Australians, or is there a general consensus out there that Australians think that anti-Semitism has built up? Do people even know that anti-Semitism is a thing? Is it a thing? in Australia in the first place? Is there some type of phenomenon, some type of epidemic of anti-Semitism that everyone can be like, yeah, I saw it, man. I was on the train yesterday, and you should have heard the way that the high school kids were talking about Jewish people. Oh, it was appalling. Like, has anyone witnessed any anti-Semitism? I would argue with the premise there that anti-Semitism has been building up in Australia. Like, it might be there, but like building up, is it ready to explode? Is there some type of critical mass happening, and like it's going to wipe out half of Australia's population? Like, what's going on here? The premise there is a bit much. And then Australians believe you let anti-Semitism build in Australia. Like, do they? Is that on the agenda when Australians sit down to have dinner and talk about stuff? I don't know, when they're at the pub or something like that, or mixing with friends. No, hey, did you hear they let anti-Semitism build up in Australia? Oh yes, I heard about that. Oh yeah, how do you feel about it? Oh, I don't know. I just don't think it's right. Like, there's a lot of big assumptions with this, like the shaping, the framing of all of this. Like, it would have been different if the question was more about the shooters, potentially. Hey, do you think that, like, do Australians think that you've allowed terrorism to foment in Australia? I reckon that would be a different fucking question all the way. All the way. Do people actually call themselves team leaders? Sounds like code for I'm important. There is more framing there than the Louvre. That's a good call, man. It's just Israeli propaganda. It does sound like it, doesn't it? Like, is this really what Australians are thinking about all the time? The anti-Semitism epidemic that's plaguing our society? I would argue no. Like, before Bondi, like, really, apart from the drivel that you get from the mainstream media, I would never have thought about it. Honestly, never. The epidemic is the is not rail lobby. Yeah, I know, right? In my opinion, the way to crack down on nationalists, but mainly crack down on the NSN, which anti-Semitism covers. But no one is actually worried about the NSN except for fragile lefties. Yeah, and all those people that partake in far-right Fridays. I think there is more, but it's not because of Albo. I would say it's caused by the so-called victims. NSN didn't shoot up Bondi. Sadly, there is ISIS propaganda surfacing in Australia bashing LGBTQ individuals. In 2023, alone 64 people were attacked by multiple of them. Right. So if you got in Australia, like ISIS propaganda surfacing in Australia bashing. So like you're talking about, like, this is from another part of the world, but it's surfacing in Australia. Is that what you're talking about, Jordan? Please clarify. All right, we're going to go. I'm going to shut up, and we'll see if that's the way this is framed. We'll see. Only dilemmas will know from now on. We're about to get educated. Already strap yourselves in. This is going to be riveting, I'm sure.
When you first saw the attack, because it had a profound effect on me when I watched.
Poor Karl. I'm glad we got that one out of the way. Had a profound effect on Karl. I think we need another National Day of Mourning.
It's the shots being fired, right?
Yeah.
And I could hear the screams. What is it like for the leader of a country to see that?
It's
and
horrific.
To know that Australians are being killed?
It's just horrific, because that's not who we are. And for it to be in such an iconic location as well, that we've all, Sydney-siders, I used to hang out at Bondi Beach all the time as a young lad. One of my best mates lived at North Bondi. We used to go and find golf balls and sell them back at the clubhouse there.
He's just admitted to a crime. Get him! I knew it. He's stealing other people's golf balls and selling it back to them. I knew he was a crook. I knew it. We got him. Thank you, Karl. Racism exists, not just anti-Semitism. Laura Tingle got railed because she said Australia is a racist country. Same thing, different response from the AGC. Interesting. Yes, these groups, ISIS, to avoid YouTube nuke, is targeting the community and are brain dead enough to film the attack. But like you're talking about somewhere in West Asia, though, right? We're not talking about stuff in Australia, I'm assuming. Yeah, Albo sleazy. Elbow sleazy. At it again. Release the golf ball files. Yeah, I know, right? So good. We got him. We got him. So
It was just shocking, the extent of it, and it was a horrific event.
Did you want to go and wrap your arms around that community? Did you feel like you couldn't because of the heat that was on you?
No, I did. I just didn't take TV cameras and radio hosts. You know, I was there in the homes of people that week. That was difficult. And, you know, one of the things that was happening at that time, though, it was almost like...
Is that true, right? Chairman Albo? Like, you remember the heat that was coming off the mainstream media as we were watching this all unfold last year? And the end of last year. And they were just like, where is he? He won't come. He came here at 4 o'clock in the morning or 5 o'clock in the morning to avoid the crowds. And he's just like, no, I went. I spoke to people. I saw families. I just didn't take TV crews with me. Hey, that's interesting. That's not the story we got from the old mainstream. And like the other side of that story as well was just like cameras on. Oh, what was her name? She's gone now. Double S Susan and Pauline Hanson and Barnaby Joyce when they rocked up. They definitely had the cameras out, that's for sure. Real good PR that was. Only 15 people had to dive for them to get some good PR. What's this? The immigrants on their way to catch the high-speed rail. It's so good. I should have said that earlier. Captain Bucket, Albo hasn't done anything to combat anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, approved special envoy to combat anti-Semitism. Established special operation Avalite to investigate anti-Semitic threats, introduced legislation that criminalized hate speech, gave 30 plus million to synagogues to increase security, upgraded Holocaust education facilities throughout the country. Do I dare go on? Says Captain Bucket. Do I? Susan Double S. Lay. Oh, man. Yeah, these groups... No, sorry. Wait. The attacks are in Australia, Jordan. Okay, fair enough. That is legit, that these ISIS sympathizers attackers did target LGBTQ community and filmed it. Oh, where's the immoral outrage in that one? Hey, where's the Royal Commission, Jordan? I ask you, Jordan, where is the Royal Commission?
Things going on. There was one, you look at the front page of papers, and then the actual interactions I was having with Rabbi Ullman and people from that community was very different. They were hurting, they were grieving, they were angry about what had happened, but they were warm and generous. They were very welcoming into their homes, and it was a difficult time though, and we were getting National Security Committee meetings, on some days more than once. The immediate thing that we had to do in the aftermath was to find out some facts and to keep people safe. Was there going to be another incident, at another beach or in Melbourne or Perth or somewhere else? Was this part of the Akrams, as we know now? Were they part of a cell? Was this inspired, internationally? And we know that it was inspired by...
I'm tired, boss. Me defending Albo for the 100th time. Very good, very good. It's the never-ending battle, mate. Get used to it.
Islamic State by ISIS, but it wasn't, the evidence. The Royal Commission will examine all of this, but there wasn't a series of events. One of the things that's happened a lot overseas with incidents like this is that there's one incident and then there's a follow-up. And that can be, that was a real issue that we were really concerned about. And so it was a really difficult time, but At the same time as we saw, these horrific incidents, we also saw the best of the Australian character. The surf lifesavers, the police,
Amazing.
the ambulance emergency.
I can't believe we brought them up. Do you remember when we watched that interview and there was I think it was a Channel 7 interviewer where they were like asking one of the surf lifesavers about the event and like what happened from their perspective. And they were just like, and then they wanted to cut to the next scene. And he was like, oh, whoa. I just want to read out the names of all the surf lifesavers that were there and helped. They were at the scene and they were helping out. They risked their safety to help out, kind of thing. And they were like, no, we don't have time. And they cut him off. And he was just like, oh, okay, thanks. And they just cut him off. And like, who's this guy? Hey, bringing up all these other people that were involved in the incident and trying to, shine a light on the Australians that were there during a crisis. That was a low point. I know that's a lot of low points for Channel 7, I'm sure. But that was so low. They wouldn't even let him list the names of people that assisted. Say what you want about him, but Albo is actually pretty media literate. ScoMo and his contemporaries can't speak like this. But where's the bar? Ninja Nurse, right? Hey, like ScoMo, like that's it. That's the bar. So look, I bloody hope that Albo would put it over ScoMo with his media literacy, for sure. Not to detract from what you're saying. Breaking news, Kim Jong-un is re-elected leader again. Yeah, somebody else has brought that up already. I think Hobo Joe might have. But it was a close contest. American aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford is currently in Crete/Greece. I wonder what the polls will reflect after this interview. Yeah, because the bourgeois media don't care about the hero proletariat. If it was a journalist standing around, that's reportable. Yeah, I know. Like, seriously. These guys were helping out. And they were pretty young, too. These surf lifesavers. Like, teenagers. Crazy.
Service workers.
Pretty shit situation for the Gerald, eh?
I was going into hospitals as well, seeing people at St Vincent's and RPA. There were people who weren't on duty. I spoke to some nurses who were out at dinner. They hear sirens, so they stop their dinner and go to the hospital and just start working. You know, there's normally one operating
no fucking
theatre.
way. Why? Like, are you guys aware of these stories? Like, why didn't we get all the hero tales about all the fucking nurses that just walked to work and they're like, fuck it, it's gonna be busy, I'll just go to work. Like, I wonder if they even got paid. Yeah, shout out to the nurses. Is this the first time people are hearing this? Or am I just like, have I just been living under a rock and everyone was like, yeah, they reported on it plenty. You just missed the window. Like, where were these stories before? Look at this guy hanging in the background, going to talk to workers and people at hospitals. Yeah, I was already at work that night. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, we never got any of these stories. Again, like, tell me, please, chat, if I'm wrong. I haven't heard any of these stories.
At St Vincent's Hospital available on a Sunday night. They had 9, I think it was, operating at once. Extraordinary.
I think that's 100% right. It was the worst of Australia and it was the best of Australia all in a couple of days. People did blame the government partly. They blamed you for the rise in anti-Semitism and that culminating in Bondi. Is that true?
Well, no, I don't think that is fair. It is true that, look, I've got no issue.
Is that true? Is it? I don't know, Carl. Check your board again. Have you asked the right questions for the right lobby group? Can you go on to asking other questions now? So good. No one cares about us. So many of us stayed back all night because we knew things could get bad. Operating theaters reopened and they were still operating on people late into the night. They're crazy. Again, I put it to the chat. Everyone's silent. So silence is agreement that people didn't hear these extra stories. I thought the media would have had a field day with the stories like that. it really actually shows you. You know how like sometimes we make these wild accusations about the capture and the control over the state or like the entire power structure and the apparatus, and it's just like, but is it really that bad? Like, why didn't the media pick up and run these stories? Like, I would have watched that shit. I'm sure many Australians would have watched and heard stories and accounts from nurses and medical staff and people that had come to the rescue and all that sort of stuff. They would have listened to that for sure. Is that true? Well, it's not fair. Well, let's hear him out first before you say it's not fair. So, like, Dilemmas, you blame him for Bondi? You think that he was the reason why anti-Semitism has built up in Australia, which led to Bondi? Albo single-handedly in there, making sure all this stuff happened?
It is fair. It is true that, look, I've got no issue whatsoever with people who were part of that community grieving, and part of my job was to be a bit of a shock absorber for the nation, if you like, at difficult times. And, I'll cop that. I copped a fair bit of criticism at that time, but I was determined to do my job. What did happen, though, was that people who, political actors, chose to politicise that event. Now, that didn't happen after Port Arthur. It didn't happen after the Link Cafe siege in Martin Place. It didn't happen after the Bali bombings. And that's unfortunate, but I think that some of that...
But you don't accept any responsibility
overreach.
for that?
No, look, I'm very sorry that happened on my watch. I'm the Prime Minister. So something happened while I was Prime Minister. But one of the things that we can't do is dismiss the responsibility of these terrorists for making a conscious decision.
There's the environment in which they're allowed to grow and...
engage. Well, one of the things that the ASIO Director General have warned about is that, these people were given, the senior Akram came here in 1998 under John Howard. He was made a citizen. He got a gun licence in 2013. He was investigated in 2019. The young Akram.
Look at how the hell did they stop looking at what this guy was doing?
Cops were patrolling around the night too. There were police cars everywhere in the inner west, patrolling the streets. Hey, yeah, all the hero coppers too. Hey. Dilemmas. And I heard about the nurses and the lifesavers, but the mainstream media were focused on Ahmed being Muslim. Captain Bucket, I blame ASIO, no one else. Violent Queen, it is true, though. Albo was a founding member of Justice for Palestine, and he did nothing to stop the Israelis spreading anti-Semitism. I was wondering where you're going with that. I see what you did there. Jordan Hancock, Nick Adams, USA ambassador for Malaysia, who in my opinion is also self-professed douche. He got dumped by Trump. Asher Plays, yo, what's good? I have a question. Can you check Hot Takes channel and kind of read my back and forth with a member who low-key justifying putting animals over human lives? Yes, not at this particular moment, but I will read over it. Yes, can do. Actually, you tagged me in it. I just haven't had a chance to go through Discord yet. So, how you going, Asher, by the way? A lead to Bondi is a stretch, but ignoring the legitimate concerns of people is the problem. More Palestinians are Semites than Israelis, after all. Yeah, well, it's funny when you bring up the Semites, like the Semite question. What really are Semites? Anyway, eh? Yeah. It confuses the hell out of people. Yep, Albo owning multiple properties is pretty Semitic, actually. Taggart, savage. Yes, I blame the government. The main goal of the government is to keep its people safe. Let's quietly forget ASIO, guys. Quick Albo, blame the previous government. I reckon he could have done it more. Like, all the timeline he just gave then, he could have just been like, he said Howard, but he could have been like, that happened under fucking ScoMo. Like he could have listed all of the people. 2013, who was the prime minister at that point? Like he could have listed more people, right? Dilemmas. Why did Albo kick ASIO out of the national cabinet meetings? I'll ask again. I was asking at the time. I will ask again. All right, no worries. Yeah, majority Palestinian genetics are Israelite, and Israelis came from Europe. Dogs are the best people. So what's up, people that speak Semitic language such as Arabic or come from the Levant? It's not anti-Semitic. I don't have a problem with Arabians. Anti-Semitism should be applied to Palestinians. They're the real Semites. Yeah, that's what my understanding was, like what Violet Quinn's understanding is. It's like people from the Levant, from that region, generally. Dilemmas, and that's why One Nation is rising. No one wants to hear it's the Liberals' fault. We hate them just as much as Labour. Most Libyans Semitic, some Syrians Semitic. Interesting. It was a failure of ASIO as well. The media always praising the ASIO all the time. Quick, let's blame Albo Sleazy. The war on terror, anti-Semitic. You need useful people in cabinet meetings. I don't know, man. I've seen some anti-Semitism applied to Israel only on Google, at least. Volta to Israel is a major center of identity politics. Interesting.
All of that happened, but that's one of the reasons why what you do is make sure we have Dennis Richardson, former US ambassador to the US, former head of Asia, former head of defence, foreign affairs. There's no one better than him in Australia on national security. He will go through if there are any gaps. How do we fix them? Identify them transparently. Work will happen.
He's been accused of being cherry picked.
Only an idiot would say that, Carl. Seriously,
it wasn't me. Just this
is the guy more than anyone.
It wasn't me.
No
man.
one's serious.
I'm
I've
just
seen
passing
no
on the
serious.
message. So good. What's this? Is this you, Captain Bucket? You said something over here. Name one politician that acted like a statesman during the Bondi shooting other than Albo and Minns. Everyone else used the tragedy as an opportunity to further their political careers, while Albo was used as a punching bag. Albo was definitely used as a punching bag. Minns, though, I don't know, man. Like, some of Minns's work, though, was definitely self-serving in the sense that, like, you know, he definitely was sucking up to a particular interest group and was willing to put forward legislation that served said interest group at the expense of the general population. And, like, everything that followed on after that, with the way that the Minns government kind of responded to anyone that might be considered anti-is-not rail, like what happened on Monday the 9th with the anti-Herzog protests. All of this is kind of related to that. Like, yeah, I think Albo, if this is all true, what Albo's saying, right? If Albo's sleazy out, he's telling the truth, and he went around quietly and talked to victims and quietly went around talking to service people and heroes, then, like, yeah, what a statesman. It wasn't a fucking media show, but like Minns was definitely in the limelight for all of that. But like, who knows? Maybe it's some type of good cop, bad cop strategy. I have no idea. Who the fuck knows? But I hear your point. Sure it wasn't Karl? Yeah, I know. Well, who said it then? Karl? Who said it? I can't listen to people talk about anti-Semitism without thinking of Kramer accusing Seinfeld of being anti-dentite. I don't know the reference, sorry. Violent Queen. But let's now clutch our pearls and pretend we haven't been on a program for like 20 years now. What's the reference that you're talking about there, Violent Queen? Exactly. Dilemmas Australia first. We're sick of foreign issues coming here. All foreign issues. Asha, what's your view on the noticing movement on Instagram? Noticing Israel is behind majority of the world's problems, controlling governments, attacking third world nations, shutting down truth speakers, then migrants move to Europe, and their culture and their value don't match, problems happen, white population lowers, etc., etc., etc. Have a look at something called Pax Judaica, Asha. Like, I would say that that's a more articulate and coherent version of the noticing stuff. I think there's also a lot of scapegoating that happens with like between the Israel and United States relationship. Like Israel is very happy to play bad cop for America as well. So like when the US wants to do stuff and like it needs somebody to disrupt like West Asia, let's say, like Israel's like, yo, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for free as well. Just give me some weapons, tell me who to shoot. So like I think there's a tit and a tat, like there's a relationship between Israel and the US, like the US deep state specifically, and its broader strategic and empirical interests. And so if there's like some type of long range play, like Israel's trying to, destabilize the world and the Western world by producing waves of migrants that attack Europe and all this sort of stuff. Like it's a little bit conspiratorial, or like too conspiratorial for me. I think there's like a more sophisticated explanation for that type of stuff. I'm still not wholly convinced in the idea of Pax Judaica though. I think it's more of a dialectical relationship between the state of Israel, the state of the US, that's funny, the state of the United States, the deep state in the United States, and the intelligence services that they both share with each other. I think they just have like overlapping interests a lot of the time, and they're happy to carry out each other's agendas and do stuff, but they also step on each other's toes a little bit. I don't know if like Israel really controls the US as much as Pax Judaica makes out. Did they have incredible influence? Yes, I think absolutely incredible influence. But like they're also extremely reliant on the US to do everything. So I don't know, Asha. It's an interesting question, but like it's a hard one to really be able to conceptualize unless you had so much more information, right? You just never know what they do behind closed doors. Violent Queen Albo had a okay opening approach, but he quickly got to the anti-Semite bandwagon and started clutching his pearls to obfuscate it. Right. Okay, got it. Dilemmas Australia is a part of the international community regardless. We have our roles. Captain Bucket. Okay, maybe not Mins, to be honest. I preferred if Adam Searles was the New South Wales Premier, and that's because he follows me on Twitter. That's so good. Oh, well, he's got my book. That's so good. Hilarious. I don't know, just like Mins' reaction in this whole situation it seems self-serving. Like, I don't know, Captain Bucket, tell me, maybe I'm wrong. It just seems very self-serving. Like Albo really, if this is true, what Albo is saying, he's really not done the whole self-serving thing out of this situation, out of the Bondi situation anyway. He seems to have just gone about his business in the background, like he said, without the camera crews, it would seem. Does that role include putting foreign issues over the well-being of our people? Well, like, yeah, if those issues come back and bite you. So, like, you just have to, I guess, separate the issues overseas that won't come to Australian shores somehow and the ones that will. And then the foreign issues become your domestic issues, I guess. Hey God, how could Albo let this happen? Like he's watching CCTV cameras all day? Yeah, I know. Well, they blame you. You were out there. Really, you put the guns in their hands, didn't you? And we know you did. The war on terror was all against Semitic Arab-speaking countries. It will be recorded in the future as one of the pogroms. Ah, well, I see what you did there. That's an interesting legalistic argument. I'm telling you, I know you've said you're not a lawyer, but your family's full of them, kind of thing. But like, I like how you argued that one. That was clever. Like, well, we all agree that they're all Semites, right? Well, the war on terror is basically just one big Western pogrom. That's a long range call, but I'm going to pay it. If the foreign issue directly impacting Australia, then yes. Yeah, that's my position as well. I mean, after the Epstein files, the noticing movement has become less of an anti-Semitic theory and more of a fact. Well, that's the ties, isn't it? Asher plays like the ties between the American and the Israeli deep state through various players, individuals, actual state actors. It's pretty crazy how it all ties together, and the Epstein files has shown that in all of its, its glory. It's gross glory. Well, not all. But you get my point. I don't believe the average Jew has anything to do with this, but yes, I do believe Jewish elites have a major power. even if they're not all Jewish. It's the elites, and the religion of most of these elites is Judaism. Most of them is a stretch. Like a good portion of it, a very influential sector of the world bourgeoisie has ties to Israel. Like, let's not even make it about being Jewish. Like, just they are full on Italian uncles, being Zios. Can't say the whole word because apparently that's wrong now. The Christian solution to the Jewish question, it controls them by them not wanting them back. I understand dilemmas, but should Australia have a capacity to have a role internationally if it directly harms Australia? Jeff Gough Whitlam was our last Australia first PM. Wow. I've been saying it for a while and more confident to say it today than a decade ago. The pattern hasn't changed. Labor as a whole has browbeaten the working class in this country so much. At this stage, of course, everyone is going to direct frustration at him. Like I said, like I think that's one of the jobs of a leader as well. Like when people don't know what to do and where to direct their frustration, that's kind of a leader's job. They got to roll with the punches.
Be critical of his appointment at all.
Okay, let's roll on and appreciate your comments there. This one has come in from Andrew. He says, please get Albo to explain how we live in a country with some of the best natural resources in the world, but the average person pays more in tax to have a beer than the billion-dollar mining companies get taxed, bleeding our resources dry. How do you respond to that?
Well, two things. One is that the mining companies do pay taxes, and they also provide for a lot of our prosperity. That's the truth. Traditionally our resources sector and those exports as well as domestic production provides a lot of income.
But I think that certainly doesn't pass the pub test, that one. Literally, right? So
well,
if they're paying more than gas companies, there's something wrong.
Well, that's not right. It's just not right, Carl. And
wasn't it in the Senate? Wasn't it being raised?
Oh, look, people will sometimes, the Greens political party had shut down all of our industry.
I think this was Pocock raising it.
If they had a chance,
You don't think he's right?
I think David Pocock is someone who seeks to promote grievance as well, rather than, it's not just...
So no facts in that?
Well, the fact... I'll give you a fact, Carl, which is that beer excise has been frozen for the first time that any government has done it in 40 years. And we did that. And we passed the legislation just earlier this year.
Okay, let's move on. I'm not sure you answered that question about the gas companies and tax.
Well, I did. Companies do pay tax.
But they're making more out of the beer tax.
And Carl, the companies pay tax in a range of ways. What they're talking about is PRRT, and there's a range of different tax measures. Company taxes, PRRT, as well as, of course, the taxes and revenue that comes from royalties that is paid to state governments. There's a range of taxes.
All right, I look forward to David Pocock's response to that in the Senate at some point.
Sure he will cherry pick accordingly.
Don't get on the wrong side of him. He's a massive unit. Karl's Tan on Instagram says, most Aussies want to know why...
Well. Hey, they cut him off. Who would have thought? I feel like I have to watch the whole thing now. God damn, I didn't want to do that. Jordan, what did you say down there? Pauline doesn't give a damn about working class people. It's also very isolationist. It's kind of pathetic. Dilemmas. When we don't have homeless Aussies, when wages actually keep up, when our industries are taxed properly, then we can help other countries, but not at the expense of Aussies. Violent Quinn. Business is promoting parties like Pauline. It's 100% predictable. They will give them all the media they can. Captain Bucket, the wages have risen faster than inflation. I'm about to interview for a job that is $41 an hour, not to mention free TAFE, reversing cuts, cuts to penalty rates, banning non-complete courses, etc., etc. Labor doesn't care about the working class either. Sonnets? So it's a moot point, maybe. Jordan, one nation also wants Australia to withdraw from the UN, the World Health Organization, the Paris Accords. Not surprised about the Paris Accords one. The UN and the World Health Organization, I don't get it. It's like just part of that evil globalist agenda kind of thing. And I don't know, JD Vance said to do it. While we treat homes, while we treat homes as investment vehicle, there will be homeless. It's supply and demand. You need demand increasing to have prices go up. Dilemmas, I've worked the same job for 20 years. I don't get 30 an hour. Wages haven't kept up with inflation. Dilemmas, do not be afraid to ask for a raise at work. Good. Get out of the who, etc. I agree with it. I get paid the most out of everyone. If I ask for more, my missus will lose her carers payments. They don't own that much. Just Hollywood, the banks, the media, Epstizzle operation, USA government. Oh, wait. Yeah. I hear you. Okay, calm down. There is more than that, though. All right, let's get another cut from the podcast. Is the UN a tool for the rich and used to keep the status quo? Is it? Like, is that an actual question, rhetorical question? Like, yeah, okay, look, it probably does help continue the rules-based order that was at the end of World War II, which is complete Western domination under US hegemony. But, like, it has other functions too. And it calls out problems with the capitalistic world. It does reporting on lots of different things, investigations into lots of different things, and brings light on topics that would just fall away if they didn't exist. So I like to, do people respect it? Do like nation states respect it properly? Like everyone on the Security Council, do they give a shit about it? Probably not. But like if they do work in the background that sheds lights on some of the problems in society, then like, you know, at least it does something. Hey, am I right? But across the West, Violet Queen, across the West, we have stagnated, turned everything into investment for a few people. So they need inflation because wage cuts would cause riots. Interesting. Well, it's funny, isn't it? Like the way that you framed it is like everything stagnated. When we treat everything as an investment, that's neoliberalism, baby. The neoliberal ideology has taken over. And that's what's keeping us all going. A neoliberal mindset. The UN is the US attempt at legitimizing its rule like the League of Nations was before it for the Brits. Should I ask for a raise and lose all my family benefits? I had to actively earn less to get ahead. For fuck's sake, is Karl really asking about Grace Tame? What is Albo supposed to do about her? Kick her out of the country? Well, we'll get into it, bro. Grace Tame and hate crime laws. Hey? Karl's asking the hard questions. What are you going to do about Grace? Hey? Going to jump on that bandwagon. One nation is somewhat successful. Who will succeed Pauline? This is what unions are for. No union in my workplace, never has been. Albo, why did they get rid of Sydney monorail? That's so good. Hilarious. Yeah, bring back the monorail, bro. That one's for the Sydney siders. I can get down with that joke. That's a good one, take out. I'll take it. I guess dilemmas. Does your work seem valuable to your employer then? Unions like the CFMEU, too expensive to maintain. All right, back to it.
All right, watch this space is what you're saying on the Karl Stefanovic podcast.
Indeed.
All right. Look, you know, there's been a big reaction to you coming on the podcast, and I wonder if you'd be so kind as to respond to...
Sure.
So, have you got your helmet on?
Always.
So Ange...
Be like the Today Show at 6 a.m, but this is much more relaxed, Karl.
Yeah, it's
2 in the afternoon. Why didn't we do this?
There's all these... I don't have hair and makeup here. You know, it's just not resourced, you know.
Think about your direction in life. It's getting better, Karl.
That is true. You know what we need in here? A ballroom.
A ballroom.
Trump-like.
Knock over a wing, you reckon?
Actually, on that subject, just on Donald Trump, have you had any correspondence with him about the tariffs?
We have contacted the US administration, certainly. And, this is an ever-moving feast.
Donald Trump.
The US decision got knocked over in their courts.
Yeah.
And so there was then a declaration of a 10% and then a 15% tariff. Look, we're dealing with what is a moving situation all the time and advancing Australia's interests.
That's particularly frustrating for some of our industries.
Of course it is.
Because
we have a free trade agreement with the United States and reciprocal tariffs should be zero.
How does any industry plan for the future? I spoke to a beef producer yesterday. It's like, how do we actually move forward on this with any kind of certainty?
Our beef exports to the US have gone up in recent times, of course.
Now with the 15%,
Yeah, well,
where's it going to fall?
some of that, by the way, the 15% doesn't apply across the board. There's
Okay.
a whole lot of things that are still exempt from it. But that detail changes. We're dealing with it like the rest of the world as best we can. But of course, tariffs are a penalty in the United States. They lead to higher prices for consumers. They're an act of economic self-harm.
I can see that you're a little frustrated.
They are taxes, bro. Call them what they are. They're taxes on the American people. It's all right. You can say it. Eh? 2000 Sydney was peak. Tega, yeah. Take me back. Inviting Grid. Why did they get rid of trains? Same deal, 100 times cheaper to maintain a railway track than a road. The amount of weight you take over them, but there's not a lot of big train companies. There are a lot of cars. Eh? Who would have thought? Eh? The market will decide. Forcefully, if necessary. I get fired up when people ask for more. It's not that simple in Australia, or join a union like CFMEU. No, they won't get fired. He'll lose family tax benefits. No, I wouldn't. But if they said yes, I would end up at a net loss from losing benefits. Why did they get rid of public transport? Insert previous government is a bad argument here. Hey, Ravy Baby lurking today. How you going? Welcome to the stream. Hope you are well. Hope you enjoy the lurk. Hope you enjoy the lurk. All right, back to it.
Well, it's a difficult thing to deal with.
How are you going to deal with it? Just wait for Trumpy to call? Get cranky at him?
No, that doesn't work. I think we've done a pretty good job. We had the lowest tariffs in the world. We've got a good deal on critical minerals. I can get on with people, Karl, as you know.
Yeah.
And I think we've done a pretty good job of keeping the relationship with the United States very strong.
I know what we can do. We can send Cameron Rudd back in.
Well, he did a pretty good job.
In the end, it was just a bit embarrassing, that press conference. Anyway, I digress.
We digress. Fine.
That was fine.
That was fine.
All right.
Bit of colour and movement.
Ange on Instagram says, why was Grace Tame not charged under the new hate speech laws for fighting violence?
The hate speech laws were knocked over, the ones that we wanted. There was all this talk about you've got to bring Parliament back, you've got to pass these laws. We brought Parliament back, we put the laws forward, and the Liberals didn't support all of it, supported a bit of it. The Nationals supported none of it. And the Greens supported only the gun laws and nothing else.
I mean, when I look back at that time, I thought that you were in all sorts of trouble after Bondi, and there was heat everywhere for you. And then within the space of 2 months, somehow, whether or not you're lucky or you're a political animal, you're able to pick off an opposition leader. Which is it?
Well, I think she was picked off by her own people, frankly. But there was overreach after Bondi.
Savage.
That's the truth. There were demands to bring Parliament back immediately, and today we can pass these laws. I was very transparent about what we were going to do. I met with the opposition leader. I said what we were going to do the whole way through. When Parliament came back, they balked at it, and then she got deposed. I think pretty rough treatment to knock off the first female leader without even giving a budget
Come on,
reply.
Albo.
Absolutely.
I mean, you lined her up.
No, she was lined up by her own people, but yeah, I'm an opponent of hers, of course. And I think that she overreached, as did others at that time. It wasn't just her. David Littleproud was demanding Parliament be brought back as well.
I've never asked you this, just on the subject of Bondi. Where were you when it happened, and what was your response?
I was here. I was here in the lodge on a Sunday
how did you find
night
out?
with text messages and then phone calls from my team and from the AFP. I went into the office. I called a meeting of the National Security Committee.
Signal chat with the AFP. Remag, you're in the house. How you going? I'm on a disability pension, so if I earn more than $50 a week, I lose 50 cents in a dollar from my pension. Damn. Gold, you say? Trump's favorite color? But it also applies to low-income workers who aren't as lucky as I was to get classified when it was still enough to qualify. Jordan, again, people need to look at politician decision records to get an idea of their viewpoint as well, not just gobble the media's view on it. I tell you, God, it's a shame. I love this country so much. The choices we make do my head in, almost like it's done by outside agitators. Jordan, I would not blame Albo for Susan Lay's fall from politics. Yeah, is that what just happened then? He was like, oh, come on, Albo, you lined her up. Like, did he? How did he line her up? Exactly. Is he suggesting that the legislation that he put through put her in a precarious position, which then meant that she was then challenged for her leadership because of the way the legislation was drafted? So she was put in a position where she had to vote on it as a Liberal, but then that cracked the coalition. And that was Albo's long play. Like, if that is, like, you got to give him credit for that. That's some fucking 4D chess right there. It's like, well, look, everyone's demanding the legislation, but let's craft it in a way that'll cause a coalition leadership spill. No, call it a coalition crack and a leadership spill in the Liberals. Eh? God damn, you got to watch out for this Albo guy. This Elbow sleazy. He's across it. I love how they're framing the dumping of Susan, double S Susan, as being the fault of the PM and not a leadership spill by her own party. Yeah, okay, so that's what he was saying, right? Look past Pauline, it's a movement, I'm voting for another person. Albo didn't hold up a placard saying ditch the witch. Yes. There's some high points in Australia's politics, isn't there? Same movement led to Trump, dummy. Half of it is. It's a fair point, Dilemmas. The movement is more important than the individual. Look at people running the ground game on One Nation, not to mention the Australian lobby group is already in Canberra with Lachlan Lade. Lade's lack in popularity actually benefited the Labor government. We let them in, they drain the shit like the Libs and Elon Musk juice. Violent Queen, LOL, I couldn't understand why they put Susan in at the time. It's not like she was waiting in the wings. Susan had a little lame. Captain Bucket, One Nation is very incompetent. A one-trick pony. It's full of failed politicians. Pauline asked for money from US gun lobbyists. Is that why she was over there doing the CPAC stuff? Do you reckon? She's getting some funding. I was wondering why she was over there. Exactly. Not just to do speeches, I guess, and hang out in Mar-a-Lago. There must be another reason. Trump happened because the elite refused to listen to the concerns of the people and acted holier than thou. Trump is the elite. Yeah, that's the serious illusion that was happening, especially like 2016 Trump, right? It was like, I'm going to drain the swamp. And like nothing happened. And you're like, damn. Thought he was going to fuck shit up. Didn't fuck anything up. There's even a video footage of it because it was a setup. Stop making me like Pauline more. Mamupa, oh, the scary gun lobbyists. Well. Well, it's more like if you are so Australian first, right? Why are you taking money from foreign entities? Am I right? Am I right? Hey, so much for Australia first. But like, hilarious entry into the chat as always. Nah, she sent one of her subordinates. It was a few years back now. Captain Bucket, my favorite conspiracy theory is that Albo put in the hate speech laws to get Susan Lay fired. If so, it worked like a charm. All hail Chairman Albo. Like that's the implication, right? That's some crazy long-term strategy. I don't want a uni socialist who's never had a real job in government. It wasn't a gun lobby. It was people posing as gun lobby. They recorded it all. Interesting. To give Australians their gun rights back that was taken from them. Mister, you would be surprised that in New South Wales suburbs there's a lot of guns and not for farming and hunting. I don't trust anyone with a real job in government. Oh
immediately that night. It wasn't clear when the first information came through. It was there's been a shooting. It wasn't clear whether it was an individual just or a shootout between two people. It wasn't clear. Gradually, the information came out of the extent of the atrocity, and that it was clear it was an act of terrorism. And so we met the AFP up with the AFP, the head of Asia, all our security agencies met, the National Security Committee met on the Sunday night. I did a stand-up in the Blue Room at Parliament House and then came back here, got changed, got organised, jumped on a plane. We got a curfew exemption into Sydney. I got into Sydney about 1 a.m, I think it would have been. And then we had another briefing really early on the Monday morning, the 15th, about just after 6 o'clock sometime, at the New South Wales Police Headquarters. I did a press conference with Chris Minns, the Premier. And then I went down to Bondi Police Station, met a whole lot of the police who'd responded, some of whom had been there all night. Some of whom were from, one guy from Newcastle, wasn't on duty, heard about this, got in his car, drove to Bondi to see what he could do to help. And then I went to the pavilion. I was one of the first people to lay a wreath there and spoke with people during the day as well, including people from the Hubbard community.
When you first saw the attack, because it had a profound effect on me when I watched the shots.
We already watched this part. Why is he doubling up on it? It had a profound effect on poor Karl over here. Hey? Poor Karl.
Being fired, right?
Yeah.
And I could hear the screams. What is it like for the leader of a country?
Yeah, we've already gone there. All right, let's look at some comments, shall we? Did Albo write your questions? You let him off, Karl. Was hoping for better. Forcing myself to watch and listen to this traitorous liar. Damn, this is savage. That's one way to Harry Holt your podcasting career. Get Uncle Albo on and let him gaslight his heart out. I can't stand Albo's voice. He's a tosser. I don't think there's any love for Albo in here. I don't know what I was thinking. We're going to find in the comment section here. Only reason this guy wanted to be on your show, Karl, was to appeal to real Australians. Failed miserably. Nobody trusts him. Will never answer a question. And always wants a higher tax somewhere. So good. Worst PM in history. He's always looking at tax. Always looking at tax. Oh, man. Worst PM in my lifetime. Labor take every question thrown at them as on notice. If our PM and his ministers were employed by private enterprise, this is like, see the neoliberal attitude that we have? Like, most people would read that and be like, yeah, that's right. Imagine if the government was privatized, then they would be all sacked a long time ago. It's government, all right? They're elected officials. It's not a private enterprise. My God. But like we feel necessary in a neoliberal world, just like, or no, we feel justified to argue everything from the perspective of economics and business. It's like, well, if this was a private enterprise, we could have gotten rid of the inefficiencies for sure. We are all indoctrinated by neoliberal ideas. We just can't let go of them. Boring Karl sounded like two friends having a chat. Your interviews with Paul and Barnaby were more about what people are struggling with. This man is incapable of taking self-responsibility for anything. Taking responsibility, I should say, for anything. Hello, that commenter has never met the CEO class. Just don't look at the polls. They are all wrong. Failing upwards started in corporations. Well, a bit of nepotism and networking goes a long way. Do common people need guns? Boring. One nation, all the in way. Oi, oi, oi. I think we've got the market here. We've definitely got the market. I think we know who the audience is. That's for sure. Interesting. No, he shot himself in the foot here, Karl. You're going to be the next Joe Rogan. Eh? And look at the type of people we've got. This is the guy, he does that. What's the name of the podcast? Dilemmas, you would know. This dude here, he has his own podcast. He's an ex-soldier or something like that. What's his name? I can't remember. Who else we got? Carl Sanderland. Jacinta Price. Hey, who else have you been interviewing? Barnaby Joyce. Oh yeah, all right. Curtis Stone. Pauline Hanson. My God. It's a star-studded lineup, really. And like, why is Albo in there? It's an interesting choice. More guns, more Pauline, more Palantir. Make Australia great again. Yeah, that was scary, wasn't it, yesterday? Going through how Palantir is integrating itself into the Australian governmental structure and through private enterprise. And that's some scary shit. We're fully integrated now. To be fair, I also acknowledge my cognitive bias. However, I feel like this interview was about as candid as Albo was allowed to be. I'm sure he wanted to say more, but when you hold the position of Prime Minister, you have to be very careful. I feel like he gave more than any other politician in his position would have. Interesting. They are humans. No one is disputing that. Gun violence is a side effect of social issues. In previous times, it was, do people need a knife that long or a stick that thick? But it only becomes an issue when social issues cause it to come to the front. Nicely said, Violet. Got to watch the Chalky Sam one to understand why everyone is so upset. The violence and its increase is a direct physical indicator of deeper social issues. Pauline's Palantir at the helm. Let's go. It's a scary thought. Gina asked me for a tenner the other day. You could mask the symptoms like we have in Australia compared to the USA, but we have the same underlying social issues. In the end, yeah, because we're all part of a very particular economic system. It's called capitalism. Check it out. And, it causes the social issues that you're talking about. The social disunity destroys social relations and the social cohesion that everyone's so worried about by reducing everything to commercialization, hyper-commodification, and degrades and like purposely dismisses social factors in society. Like whether they have any value is the question. Do we spend money on creating a society that supports people who have social problems and supports communities that have social problems. No, because you can't quantify that. And like to put a price tag on it is scary. And like, don't you know we have a crisis here, a debt crisis? We can't spend money on making society better. We need to spend money on the economy. Double down on tax cuts for everyone, especially tax cuts for the rich. Then everything will trickle down. You could master Simpson. No, I read that one. We do realize Gina's tax bill pays for Medicare, right? Yes, it should be more. We have more in common with the UK than America. It's all basically the same group of robber barons, just different paddocks. That's why I'm enshrined rights as a backdrop for that exact issue. So am I, but enshrined by who? The robber barons? I don't trust that. I love how the One Nation bots only say me, no, like current leader, while spewing culture war talking points rather than practical arguments. They say Labour is doing nothing for the average Australian, but never specify what the issue is. Is that what you think it is? Like the comment section was just full of One Nation bots, and there's armies of, there's warehouses and mini data centers out there completely dedicated to trolling. One Nation troll bot army. It's coming to get you. That's why I like universal human rights. No one robber baron can decide to change it. They have to get some others to agree. Interesting. All right, that's as I don't want to spend any more time on that one, to be honest. Like we could have watched the whole interview, but goddamn, no, thank you. Like I love Karl, don't get me wrong, but like, is it necessary putting us through that trauma? Now, if you didn't know, because you didn't get the message from the manufacturing consent machine, and like we're supposed to care about this, okay? We're really supposed to worry about this in the way they tell us to worry about it. Like obviously we should care about war generally, and like what that does to the human race. But like we are supposed to be continually reminded about the whole Ukrainian situation. Like, do you remember what the conversation was like 4 years ago when this iteration of the war started, and like how heavy this was on everyone's mind and everyone's agendas all the time. Well, it's hit an important milestone. If you weren't aware, the Ukraine war with Russia has hit its 4th year. It's hit its 4th year birthday. It's now 4 years old. And like a 4-year-old, it's really finding its feet, understanding its place in the world, but it's capable of doing some damage. So you really got to watch out. Give a guy some warning before you give them the BBC. A brother needs to get ready first. Yeah, sorry. Do your stretches, warm up a little bit. You know how it is. Of course not, dilemmas. You're special. It doesn't matter if you pick the red or the blue team. They both work with the same disaster capitalists. The disasters will continue because that's how they make their profits. So yeah, we were told in no uncertain terms yesterday that like it's reached an significant milestone. And so I've gone to the BBC. Yes, you're right, Ninja Nose. The BBC, as part of our case study in this form of manufacturing consent. Like I find that the BBC is kind of an important node in the manufacturing consent machine on global affairs. Like you have the American media outlets that really talk about and like disperse the talking points of the day. But like I think a lot of people who speak English all around the world, and not from the Anglosphere, I'm talking about like that don't want to digest specifically American news, go and turn to the BBC to get like world news, and they think it's classy because they do the same manufacturing consent lines, but they do it with a British accent and not an American accent, and so everyone feels like they're getting like more educated because it's coming from the BBC. I know this is a phenomenon with Americans. They're just like, oh no, I watch the BBC, like kind of thing, and they think that's more sophisticated. But like it's the same narrative. And so like the narrative out yesterday while we were streaming, I just couldn't stomach it yesterday. But yeah, the narrative was yesterday, you know, happy birthday to the Ukraine war, like kind of thing. And we were all supposed to notice that. So if you didn't notice that, then it's come back and it's going to get you. Here we are. And we're going to have a look at like the comments straight out. War began in 2014. Like people are just, they don't take this stuff as seriously as the establishment wants everybody to take it. So good. War began in 2014. Hey, why do we pretend like it didn't? Jordan, Russian invasion of Ukraine, a war that impacted Australia, which is very important. Who would have thought? It's been the largest financial market for decades now. Interesting. Yep, I'm turning more into Heath Ledger's Joker by the day. Fourth turning, baby. You can't change the wave after it's broken. Let's have a listen and learn about what we're supposed to think about this situation.
Hello everyone and welcome to Kyiv as Ukraine this week prepares to remember that day 4 years ago when the full-scale invasion of their country started. And since arriving here in Ukraine, the thing that everyone tells you, and you...
Man, if it's developing properly, do you reckon it can talk and walk now? It bloody should. You know, that 4 years old, you know, it should be walking, should be talking. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, they find their place in the world now. Like this war is perennial and, you know, it can do some real damage. It can do some real damage. Ukraine was guaranteed in 2013 when they signed into the One Belt and Road. USA doesn't want EU and China linked. Well, that's for sure. We don't have to argue there.
can absolutely understand why, is that they want this war to end. They are so weary. They are sick of the power cuts, of the cold, of the fact that everyone knows someone who has lost someone, of what they feel is the endless negotiation that is taking place in order to bring this war to an end. And they talk about the fact that it has been 4 years. People can't believe it's 4 years when President Putin thought that he would come to this capital city within a few days, that his tanks would just roll in here and he would take the city. And yet here they still are, after 4 long years, still fighting and still resisting. Well, we have been speaking to President Zelensky and we will bring you that interview in a moment. But let's take you through what has been happening with those peace talks. There's been a meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin in the last year. And despite that, no agreement between Ukraine and Russia has been reached to end the conflict.
So you remember the framing, okay? Remember the framing. They're like, well, Putin was just going to walk in and roll the tanks into Kiev in like 2 days and they're still here resisting. And then she tells us that Trump's still negotiating with the Russians. And it's just like, well, remember what Trump said? He said he was going to make one phone call and the Ukraine war would have been over in 24 hours. I hope they say the line like they said the thing about Putin being so audacious as to think he could just roll over the Ukraine in 48 hours. I hope they mention how audacious Trump was in saying that he was going to get peace in 24 hours. Let's see if they give us that line.
And despite that, no agreement between Ukraine and Russia has been reached to end the conflict. Russia does continue to control large parts of
Who would have thought she didn't mention it? That's unfortunate, isn't it?
Ukraine. Fighting there continues, as are Russian airstrikes targeting cities right across the country. And we were witness to that ourselves just a few nights ago when we all had to go down to a shelter where we are staying because Kyiv was once again targeted. And the Ukrainian government, well, they put the death toll at the moment, the official death toll, at 70,000. But no one here in Ukraine believes that figure, not even President Zelensky. This number falls far short because there are so many soldiers that are missing in action. There are Ukrainians who have been kidnapped and taken into Russia. And the numbers are not yet known as well from cities like Mariupol. So many people think that that is a very low estimate of the number of people who have lost their lives in this conflict. As for President Zelensky, well, he has been speaking to our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, and he said he believes that Vladimir Putin has started World War III. What he wants, what he has called for time and time again, is...
It's so audacious, isn't it? It's just like, well, Putin, 4 years ago, started World War III, eh? We've got a timeline for it now. Well, what about what the US is doing and Trump is doing right now? Posturing with Iran, like right now, like amassing a huge force along the Iranian coastline in the Mediterranean in order to pressure them in to negotiating on nuclear weapons, which they say they don't have. And the Russians are involved there and the Chinese. And so we got the US and Israel v potentially Iran, China, Russia, and Putin's the guy that started World War III. Like, we got some big players shaping up right now in Iran. And like, this is the event here that 4 years ago started World War III. It's interesting lines. It's a great case study, all of this, in manufacturing consent. You gotta think about it, like, when you listen to this stuff. What do they want you to think about? Why are they saying this line particularly? In the context of what? With no context? It's just a throwaway line for make you think about this. Oh yeah, I guess if World War III does happen, I should blame Putin for it, right? There's no one else that would be involved in starting World War III. It was definitely Putin. Hey, the war itself began in 2014. Yeah. You're not allowed to say that, though. That's not the line, David. You're not allowed to say that. It's important to separate an individual from society, from a society view, but they are interconnected. One cannot be useful without the other. 2014 can't be. Trump wasn't in power and everything is his fault. The math doesn't math. Well, I don't know. Did people actually blame Trump for this? I don't think they do. It's actually Trump who was like, it wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have happened if I was the president. I think I think Trump blames Biden for it, doesn't he? I wish I had $1 for every World War III YouTube thumbnail. Yeah, I must admit I'm guilty of that. I made one a few years ago. But like, my claim was people talking about China starting World War III over Taiwan. I was like, come on. Dilemmas, RK, at Dilemma, sorry. Yeah, those kind of docos I've always needed the next gen to learn from, but my whole life has been wars. I was born in the 80s. By the time I was going to school, we were going to war. No one is blaming Trump for Putin's invasion of Crimea in 2014. If you consider a world war to be a war fought on multiple theaters and 2 or more continents at the same time, the war on terror was World War III. Interesting. 4 years since the Russian invasion, but the conflict started in 2014. KK Online, how you going? It's crazy how all the conspiracy theorists fell for Donald Trump. Like, obviously, he was just a continuation. Another billionaire looking to scam the system. Who would have thought? Hey. Do you mean Putin's invasion of Ukraine was selling its own people who identified as Russian? Right. KK Online, they fall for anything on Facebook. What do you mean? Well, World War II was declared at the invasion of Poland, even though the Nazi expansion was happening before. Yeah, some Ukrainians did ask for almost 8 years of Russian intervention before it happened. Jake, I don't know if I believe Putin wants a large-scale war. I think he prefers smaller conflicts. He can more easily control. Yeah. Interesting. All right, let's get our propaganda feel for the day, shall we?
Sustained military and economic pressure on Russia in order that Moscow now steps back. Have a listen.
We have different views regarding a third world war. I believe that Putin has already started it. The question is how much territory he will be able to seize and how to stop him. Not because Russia must not win, but because Russia wants to impose on the world a different way of life and change the lives people have chosen for themselves. Therefore, I believe and have long believed that Putin has already begun this war, and we're preventing it from becoming a broad, full-scale Third World War.
That was Jeremy Bowen there speaking to President Zelensky. Our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams is with me here in Ukraine. He's been here many times. He's been here for the past 10 days. I've only been here a few days, Paul.
Wookie, what are you doing? Hey, being naughty. Is that right? YouTube is blocking everything from me today. I'm like only being 5% spicy as well. I think this is a particularly touchy topic. Like, I was looking at YouTube's terms and conditions the other day. Because I've got problems. But like, one of them is like, you can't talk. It actually says in their community guidelines for content creators, I don't know if you'll be able to see this yourself, but like, it actually says you can't talk negatively about the war in Ukraine. Like, sorry, negative in the sense that you can't talk negatively against the Ukraine, I guess. Like, you can't promote Putin or Russia or something like that. Like, you can talk about the war, but like, you can't put it in a light that promotes Russian aggression or something like that. So like, Wookie, I'm not surprised. This topic is, well, again, a minefield. Absolute minefield. Ninja Nurse, good guys, Zelensky, standing between us and World War III. He made the claim, didn't he? I didn't just make that up. I heard that as well. Zelensky was like, hey, we're the only thing that's stopping World War III. Remember that, everyone. When you decide whether to care about us or not, we're the front line between World War III. Not as true anymore, Janelle, as people have grown apathy to it. I thought 80% of the Donbass voted to be part Russian and Ukraine was shelling them for it. Compare the stats on the toll of media, women and children. David, we can't discount the possibility that this conflict will go full nuclear. It's abundantly clear that the EU, UK, and US would rather destroy the world than let Russia win. Whoa, bro, that's crazy. I don't know, man. Like, I would think that this wouldn't go nuclear, but potentially Iran would. And let me just say, like, Russia's got its own nuclear weaponry, so no one's going to go there because it just ends in complete annihilation, right? Like, the EU have got nukes, like France and Germany. No, France is definitely, and France and UK have got nukes. So like, they could go nuclear, but then like, you go nuclear, then Russia goes nuclear. Like, what's the point of all that? Iran, though, the situation with Iran, like, unless Iran's playing the long game here, they really do have nuclear weapons. Like, Israel's got them. And so like, this whole Iranian situation is a crazy tinderbox. Because like, if Iran goes hard, and it's suggested that it's got like thousands of ballistic missiles ready to be pointed at targets, especially at Israel. Like, if Iran gets like pushed by Trump and they go fucking all out with the retaliation, like, Israel could respond with like nuclear warfare against Iran. And like, what a time in history that would be, right? But like, this situation in the Ukraine, like, I don't know. I hope not. The stakes are huge. I hope you're wrong, David. I hope your speculation is off. No, well, I hope it is, like, any type of nuclear warfare is off. But like, hey, rookies, all I said, the best part of Ukraine in the past 4 years is Coach Red Pill? I don't know the reference. I'm rusty on my Slavic war info. It's been a while since I've deep dived into it. But they don't fight to win/lose. They fight to get the rebuilding contracts. That's capitalism, baby. Oh, yeah. Look what they're doing with Gaza and the peace board, right? That is true. I think the West is psychotic to do it because they cannot hand Captain Bucket, if NATO disbands due to Trump's aggression on acquiring Greenland, mean that European countries can enter the fight, wouldn't be NATO's expansion if there was no NATO? Interesting. If Iran wanted AN, it could have dozens. It has like 8 times the 60% refined the USA had at the height of the armament program. So they say. That's coming from American sources, right? That's what the Americans say. Who knows? That's what I'm saying. Like, who actually knows what Iran's got? Like, Iran could have nuclear weapons already, not just enriched uranium. Like, they could be ready to go. Who the fuck knows? It's too much propaganda. People using World War II as a good guy versus bad guy situation does not have the same potent message to it anymore. Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Everyone is hitting the fire takes today. You only need 20% for reaction. 6% is more than enough for a bomb. He was a YouTuber, a journalist who decided to go to Ukraine and film the war as a Russian propagandist. It did not end well. Oh, okay. David, I'm glad Russia's position is finally starting to break through the wall of Western propaganda. We in democracies need to hear both sides in order to fulfill our civic duty at election time. I think that's a fair point as well, right? Like, you should actually try to source both sources, the Western propaganda on this one and the Eastern propaganda on this one, like as much as you can, and then make your decision on what type of story you fashion, which helps you make sense of what's going on. It's definitely a good tactic, that's for sure.
But boy, when you talk to any Ukrainian here, they say, we just want this to end now. We've really had enough. Where are we at in terms of any kind of negotiation that could bring an end to the conflict?
You're right. They are exhausted. They really desperately want these negotiations to succeed. Although I think it's fair to say most Ukrainians are deeply skeptical that any success is on the horizon. What we have at the moment is a kind of rolling process. We've had now, 3 rounds that have involved face-to-face negotiations mediated by the Americans, where the Russians and the Ukrainians have met and started to thrash out some of the fine print of this. And those discussions there have been political teams, there have been military teams, and you get the sense that at a military level, they are starting to talk in quite practical terms about what a ceasefire might look like, how it might be monitored, the US role in monitoring a ceasefire, and so forth. This morning, for the first time since this format of talks began, we sat down with one of the Ukrainian negotiators. He's a former UN ambassador, Serhiy Kiselitsa. He's been in the room, part of the military side of the negotiations, and he gave us a bit of a flavor of what it's like in the room.
We have in the last...
I love how they say room. It's so good. In the room. Did I get that right?
Room.
In the room. In the room. There it is. Everyone thinks Chads look like what he actually looks like. He looks better with facial hair, I must say. Zelensky. Suits him more. Who knows what uranium Iran has? But one thing they do have is moxie, baby. What's the reference? I would like to know more. Violent Queen, we want Iran to have nukes. We are giving them every signal to make one for self-defense. I think they tested one a year ago or something in September 2024. There was like a 4 mag quake with no pre or aftershocks. Same as when a nuke is tested. The news even reported, but everyone has forgotten now. But it doesn't matter if Iran has a nuke. If they damage an aircraft carrier, it becomes floating Chernobyl. Yeah, that's a pretty crazy thought, isn't it? And like, they've got the capability to do it. They've definitely. No reference. I just like the word moxie, and I'm glad Iran isn't backing down. Oh, okay. I don't know. Moxie. Is that a slang term for something? They do have moxie. Is it like we would say mongrel in Australia, I guess. You got a bit of mongrel. They're ready to fight. This dog will fight, bro. Right, no reference. I just like the word moxie. But Iran isn't backing down. Well, like that's the one thing that is causing I think all the confusion. Like we saw that interview yesterday with Witkoff, and he was just like, I don't want to say the word capitulated, but like why haven't they just capitulated yet? Like you could see, I think the Americans are quite frustrated by this situation, honestly. They're just like, oh man, why don't they just roll over like a good dog? And like, so they're going to have to make some hard decisions. But if they're forced to make hard decisions on the Iranian situation, again, it doesn't bode well. I think Violent Quinn's on the money there, that like this type of situation really is pushing Iran to do stuff like make nuclear weapons as a deterrent. Like the world needs more nuclear fucking weapons. Seriously. Haven't we got enough? That should be the only nuclear policy. So like, you know, like China like has a few thousand of them. Russia has like 5,000. Like, let's just get rid of all the nuclear warheads and everybody gets one. Like, they've got enough. Every country could have one. Every country could have two easily. That's enough. Every country gets two, and that's our nuclear policy going forward. Nobody actually needs to make any more. Everybody gets one or two. Two as a backup just in case. And if shit goes down, everybody gets to pick two targets. And, like, we'll just be done with it. That should be the new nuclear strategy for the world. Trump's second term has completely relied on everyone backing down. That's Mr. Art of the Deal, the 80s guy himself. Everyone has backed down. This time, no. That's an interesting point, isn't it? Everybody gets one. Tell him, Peter. Apparently, everybody gets one. Yes. I'm so glad you got the reference. If RAS was here, he would have got it for sure. Woozle, learn a new thing every day. Originated in 1885 as a name for an American soft drink, Moxie nerve food, marketed to boost energy and nerve. Ah, there you go. Learn something today. There it is. Fact of the day. Interesting.
We have in the last two meetings in Abu Dhabi and one meeting in Geneva, kind of an agreement at least on 90% of the issues. We're not able to deal with about 10% of the issues because they are politically conditioned.
And that 10% includes the things we're all very familiar with, the status of the remaining part of the Donbass, right, the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Is that essentially what we're talking about?
Exactly, because you need to know where and how the line of contact and line of disengagement goes through the territory. And this line should be, is already quite long one, right? And also then you need to know if the sides pull out or they stay where they stay, and things like that.
You talk to most Ukrainians and they say they never want to see another Russian in their lives. You are there in the room dealing with representatives of a leader who has tried very hard at the cost of more than $1 million.
Mr. Ray, would you hug Zelensky? Give a chance? Look, I'd do horrible things to Zelensky if it like meant that there'd be more peace and stability in the world. Like, you know, I do horrible things to a lot of world leaders. So like end war. Like if that's what you're suggesting there, Jordan. I'll take it though. I'll take it on notice, eh? People hate it when politicians say that one. Chairman, when Australia gets nuclear weapons. Hey, we get two. Everybody gets two. And Chairman Albo will be up there. Oh my God.
Own men to subjugate and defeat.
Yeah, in the trenches. Going to watch Trump's State of the Union address. Going live in less than an hour. I thought it had already started. I don't know if I can. People were talking about it before Volta. David mentioned it. I thought David said it's already been on, actually. And he's already been yapping away for a long time. I wonder if he's still going. Like, that was 2 hours ago now when we were speaking about it. I wonder if the guy's still talking. They did warn everyone there was going to be a longie. Here we are. I want to watch highlights for Alto. Malbanese. Malbanese. Zelensky is like Trump. A guy they obviously selected to be the face. They even did the same origin stories with media shows to give them social presence for the plebs. Look, he's been on TV. Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
What is that like?
I saw much worse, believe me. I spent 5 years in New York. And I told myself, and I also told my staff, you know, don't let the enemy to poison you with their rhetorics. Because if you are poisoned, then you are not operational.
Donald Trump has put an enormous amount of public pressure on Ukraine. Do you feel that pressure from the Americans in the room?
Yes, indeed, there is a lot of pressure on Ukraine. They say, stop the killings, find a compromise. So it's not that you are pressed to the wall by the Americans and they tell you, pull out, but they say, we must find a solution. You must find a solution.
But how much longer can it really go on?
This is not a very uneventful interview, I must say. I'm struggling with this guy over here. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already. If you're watching for this for the first time, subscribe, follow for more. But yeah, YouTube people, if you haven't hit the like button yet, very disappointed in you. And if you are watching this and you're wondering where all of the interesting propaganda that's coming from, on the bottom of the screen there, you can see over there with the little Chairman Albo picture, and you're like, where the hell did the propaganda come from? Who is this Captain Bucket fellow? Hey, go over and join us on Discord. This is where we share propaganda. Come and join us. Come and join us.
Surely the time has come to strike a deal, however painful and unsatisfactory that deal might be.
Right. The degree of resilience and determination of the Ukrainian people is very high. The Ukrainian army of 2026 is nothing compared to 2022. So there is no reason for us to surrender. The war could be stopped just by one call of one person to his chief of staff, military. But apparently the Kremlin dictator is not up to stopping the war for the time being.
You seen the new Friendly Geordie? Seen the Friendly Geordie's new video, Mystery? No, I haven't.
I mean, everyone here says, Paul, and it's true, that the one person who can bring this conflict to an end is, in fact, President Putin. And when we think about what's happening on the front line, the average rate of the Russian advance, I've got here, 70 metres a day. It is so slow. They've only taken 1.5% of Ukrainian territory. This is not going well for President Putin. Why doesn't he want peace?
No, that's right. And he's losing 30 to 35,000 men killed or wounded every single month. The Ukrainians talk about raising that to 50,000, the point at which they believe he will run out of manpower to replenish his forces. I mean, fundamentally, this is because Vladimir Putin doesn't believe that this place where we're standing is a sovereign state. He does not believe Ukraine is a legitimate state, and certainly not its government. And he wants Ukraine, has always wanted Ukraine to be part of his orbit. And any moves away from his orbit, looking towards NATO, looking towards the EU.
Do you reckon they listen to themselves? They're just like, look at this evil asshole, who believes that this government isn't legitimate. And so because the government isn't legitimate, then it's open slather and they should be attacked. They should be attacked. Like, look, how evil is that mindset? I put it to you, fellow BBC interviewer. or correspondent, I put it to you. Isn't that evil when somebody doesn't recognize a government, thinks they're illegitimate, and then wants to wage war on them? Hey, neck minute, Iran, US, hey. Well, like what, Venezuela? Hey, that government of yours looking pretty illegitimate. Wouldn't mind if I intervened militarily on that shit. Oh, yeah, definitely not evil in the case of Venezuela or Iran. Hell no. The manufacturing consent is so obvious with situations like this. Over here, hey, pretty good. Over here, no, very naughty. No. Horrible behavior, despicable stuff. Honestly, despicable.
It is something that is totally anathema to him. It's interesting that a few years ago, you would hear Russian officials saying, we don't really mind if Ukraine joins the EU. Now that that's being talked about, you're starting to hear them talking about that a lot more. He believes he's winning. We don't know what he's being told about the situation at the front line, but he believes he's winning. And of course, he also believes that there's enough evidence in the West of uncertainty, a lack of complete commitment. You know, Donald Trump every now and again feeds this sense that, oh, you know, the White House is on my side. They see Ukraine as having started this war, as Ukraine as being the principal obstacle to ending it. I just need to persuade them that is the case. I think, you know, we're in a situation in which it's a question of Donald Trump's conclusion about who fundamentally is to blame for this, but also about who militarily cracks first. Ukraine has shown astonishing resilience. It continues to show that. It feels it has enough support to continue fighting. Putin, for his part, also thinks that he can continue this almost indefinitely. There are some people who say that both at an economic and a military level, that argument is a little flawed.
Okay, Paul, thank you. It is really
Yeah,
striking.
good on you, Paul. You regurgitated the story line by line. Albo news. Well, Albo just got evacuated. Evacuated, I believe you're saying. Are you talking about like what happened in the lodge? We did talk about that a bit earlier. And it was right after Karl Stefanovic came into the podcast. I think ASIO should be going after Karl. Karl does a podcast. All of a sudden, there's a bomb in the lodge, and Albo needs to be evacuated. I'd be looking into Karl. Hey, who did they give access to the lodge, and why? Hey, I want to know more about Karl. Seems pretty radical, if you ask me. Hey. True. I'm making my coffee. LOL. No, we had just talked about it. I saw it come in this morning. It was pretty funny. What did you say earlier, Jordan? What did you say? Who's really in charge? Who is dominant and who is submissive? Who is top and who is bottom? Prince Andrew or Mendelssohn? I think the island was originally set up for compromising Andrew. I don't know. I think it was set up for compromising a lot of people. Like Andrew is just one of a list of many people. But like they had fun compromising these people. It wasn't just for getting dirt on people. It's Brit mind structuring everything beneath you. Mendelssohn is top. Andrew is a spoiled child who got everything he ever wanted. At least Mendelssohn worked his way there. US Israel op second in line to the throne. Albo, you can arrest Trump. I believe in you. Yeah, good luck with that one. But once they had compromised Andrew, the doors were open and they just kept going. But I pretty much guarantee Andrew's acts were the most filmed. Well, the thing is, like, there is so much information that they won't release. Andrew is but, this is my opinion, Andrew is but merely a drop in the ocean, honestly. They've got a lot of footage, a lot of stuff, from not just the island too, from the Manhattan residence, from all around the world, I would say. Can we please do an Adam Curtis video? You pick which one. What's an Adam Curtis video? I would like to know more. How dare Karl, Tirana's move more than EVs. Get it. Karl's bomb sneakers had everyone shook. It's probably Karl. Be like Albo. I wanted a hug. Hey, most spies enjoy their work. That's why they are still loyal. Interesting. Oh, he is these days. But there was a time they expected Queen to put him in instead of Charles. That's scary. No.
When you're here in Ukraine, because every single person's life is obviously affected by the conflict. And when we talk about the dead and the wounded, I think it's sometimes hard to kind of comprehend the ripple effect that can have on entire families and communities as well. We travelled over to the left bank here in Ukraine to a residential area to speak to Olena and her daughters Sofia and Maria. Olena's husband, Roman, was encircled by Russian troops. Many of his comrades had died. During 8 days, he crawled over to dead Russian fighters to get their ammunition in order to fight back. But he did eventually get killed by the Russians. And when I met Olena and her girls, I was really struck by how united they were, how supportive they were of each other, but how their grief was still incredibly fresh.
Це була неділя. Саме тоді у мене на роботі.
It was Sunday, and that time I was at work. Then 2 hours later, Roman's brother-in-arms calls, and he says, "Is it true that Roman was killed?"
Лютий загинув.
For me it was a shock. I say, "This is not true. What are you talking about? He's alive." After lunch, they called me from the military enlistment office. I already understood what they were implying.
Вони мені говорять, де ви знаходитеся?
They tell me, "Where are you located? We are coming to you now." I said, "Don't say this. I know he's alive."
А перед цим я коли почула,
They said he was missing in action. I started crying, and at that moment, Masha comes in to me.
Маша до мене.
Так, я заходжу, і я розуміла те, що
I came in and I understood Dad was gone. For about half a year before that, I'd constantly had this feeling, thoughts like that something wasn't right, something had happened.
Я заходжу, і
I come in and my mom is in tears. She drops to her knees. She says, "Your dad is the best."
От, і я розумію, то, що
Я впала на
I fell to my knees and I said, "Masha, forgive me. I couldn't protect your dad."
And Olena, you're a very, very strong woman. Where do you get your strength from?
діти.
The children. I can honestly say when Roman was killed, I kept asking myself how I will endure this. I honestly didn't know. I knew that I had to become both a mother and a father to my children, and I had to be strong. No matter how hard it was for me, I looked at them and I knew I had to live. I had to live to the age Roman dreamed of so that I could meet our children with their children. And I will do that. I will survive.
І я це зроблю, я витримаю.
And Sophia, it's been 4 years since the full-scale invasion. What do you see in the future? What do you want for Ukraine?
перше, це перемога, звичайно. Друге, хочу.
Well, first of all, victory, of course. Second, I want all of this to finally end because we want to live fully again. And we want to stop being afraid to fall asleep. We just want even something simple. Our family always loved going somewhere with a tent. And we really want to go camping again because now we know anything can happen. There could be shelling, anything. That's how it is. So we want to go now not as 4, sadly, but as 3, to relax, to go fishing, the way we used to. And no matter how much we didn't love fishing, we will go fishing now to remember our dad.
Все одно заради пам'яті тата перебачили б.
and they showed me some of the photos that they had of the fishing they'd done, and also some amazing photos of Roman and these massive fish that he's caught because it was his favourite pastime. Their strength was so amazing, and when I said to them, oh, Ukrainians, they're so resilient, I've learned in my few days here that's a word that Ukrainians are a little bit sick of. Everyone calls them resilient, but the fact is they feel like they don't have a choice. And in some ways it's a word that puts pressure on them to be a certain way. But they are definitely persistent, they are definitely determined, and they are definitely incredibly strong. And that's something you can really feel as you talk to people here in Ukraine, as they really are quite disbelieving.
Flux Cove. Yo, this is clean. How long you been streaming? What does clean mean? Like it is nicely arranged. Very neat and tidy. I like it. Flux Cove, how you going? Welcome to the stream. How long have I been streaming? Today? For about 2 hours. How long have I been streaming in terms of a streamer? I don't know, like over a year now. It's been a little bit longer than that, I reckon. Maybe a year and a few months. I have kids. I don't want 40 to 60% of the population deciding being a PDF is the standard. Yeah, fair enough. You guys are talking about the royals, right? That what's happening here? All right. That's cool, bro. What does clean mean? I'm not down with the lingo. I guess it depends where you're coming from as well. Let me guess. Flux Cove, are you American? Because I need a translator sometimes. I'm not down with the slang. Nice. You stream mostly for fun, or you're trying to grow it serious? Oh, I'm trying. Clean is good. Ah, okay, sweet. Yeah, I'm definitely trying to grow. So if you're interested, give us a follow, and that'll help greatly. And you can do it for free too. It won't cost you anything, but it helps me with discovery. All right. This one is from the French. We're going to be the French propaganda this time. The French have gone out of their way to find out what the Russians think. What do the Russians think about the war in Ukraine 4 years on? Let's see what the French have to say about what the Russians think about the war. This is some Inception shit, but I think it might be potentially interesting. All right. Got to get that French-Russian perspective in the incessant manufacturing consent machine on this issue. French baguette. Eh? Join us for our ministry doth grow. That's how most people start, to be honest. What's your average viewers? Uh-oh. I got to ask, Flux, are you going to sell us something? Are you about to be like, hey, what are your viewers like right now? Would you like to purchase viewers? I just have to ask up front before we have a long conversation. Adam Curtis. I'm telling you, people, Adam Curtis. Look at his wiki and read what his docos are. Start from the new to the old. Wookie, let's see what the French think. Obviously, he's not serious about growing his career. Hey, don't be like that. So good. All right. Shall we? Shall we? Let's do this.
In the snowy streets of Moscow, few people are willing to respond to this journalist's question. What do you think about the war in Ukraine?
No, thank you. I know what you want to hear, but I can't.
You got Discord to reach out? I have we have Discord where we hang out and share propaganda, if that's what you mean. So yes, we have Discord. If you're interested, I can give you the link. I'm still not sure if we're being sold something or not. But if legit, here you go. If you would like to join the Discord community, this one's for you, Flux Cove. Oh, yeah. Hey, read the wiki. Walter White. What is the wiki? What are we talking about here? What have I missed? What have I missed? All right, I want to watch this first, and then we're going to get on to whatever else is going on in the chat at the moment that I've missed.
Talk about it.
I just want to ask.
We stand with our country. We support each other.
Russia is dealing with the after effects of 4 years of conflict, which the Kremlin still describes as a special operation.
At the start, yes, we were scared, but now we're used to it.
It doesn't affect you at all?
No.
Few Moscow residents want to discuss the number of Russian soldiers who've died, a figure the UN places between 250,000 and 1.2 million. In large towns and cities, residents are more sheltered from the effects of the war than in more remote areas.
It's difficult. A lot of regions are suffering. We try to put ourselves in their place.
Despite the conflict, Russia saw growth of 1% in 2025. But for the past 4 years, inflation and Western sanctions have taken a toll on Russia's economy.
How's the house with the commie flag there? Oh, well. Still got some Soviet Union sympathizers hanging out. Oh, well.
Economy. Denis Makisov is a baker working near Moscow.
The government listened to us and the president listened. We're pleased that he mentioned us again at the economic meeting. Us and all small businesses in general. We're delighted.
A few months earlier, his stance was far less positive when he appeared on a television program with Vladimir Putin.
The situation is difficult and we're not optimistic about the future. Many businesses will close or turn to the black market.
Maria is Ukrainian. She's lived in Russia for 20 years. She chose to stay even after the war broke out, a decision that's alienated her from her family.
Everyone has blocked me, erased me from their lives. Neither my friends nor my family. No one wants to talk to me. Everyone believes I'm a traitor.
Since invading Ukraine, Vladimir Putin's popularity ratings have appeared to remain high. The Russian leader has kept up an intensive communications campaign, giving out military honors, laying wreaths, and giving speeches in front of war widows.
Man, they didn't really talk to many people though, did they? I wanted to get the Russian perspective on this one, but everyone was like, hold the line. We support Russia. I guess what else do you expect them to say, honestly? No, fuck this shit. This is bullshit. I hadn't even been on FB for 6 months / they had gone back to find a post that I took 6 months ago to read that far through them. What are you guys speaking about? That view, I've spent all day to come to and interview me, probably wanted to visit Byron. And people are trawling through your social media. Has there been a single generation of Russians that haven't known war? And this is the country the elite want to cut down? ? Matt Bond, I have arrived. Welcome. How are you? What's going on? Hope you are well. What were you talking about before, Tagard? You wanted me to check something on Wikipedia potentially? Adam Curtis. I feel like we've looked at Adam Curtis stuff before, right? Adam Curtis, no? You've asked this one before? Oh, documentaries. Okay. Right. I don't think I can watch documentaries here. Like someone had me, like Captain Bucket, I think got us to look at a comedian just like 2 days ago. Pretty funny comedian as well. Talking about like how the average person thinks that all the worries that the media puts out affects them directly. Like terrorists are going to take out your Ford Focus. Hilarious stuff. But like I got copyrighted for that. And that was like a 2-minute clip. I don't know if I can watch Adam Curtis documentaries. I'm sorry, Tago. Read the description of Adam Curtis's docos. Go from new to old. Like, are they relevant to what we're talking about? Like, do you have one in mind? So I can cut straight to it. How do reaction people make stuff? Well, like, to be honest, a lot of reaction people, like streamers as well. They exist on Twitch. It's much less of a minefield. I just get hit up by YouTube. I don't actually get hit up by Twitch, but I try to restream. By the way, I just sent you a request on Discord. Oh, nice. Oh, this is legit. Okay, cool. Well, welcome to the crew, Flux Cove. Come join the conversation. Come join the conversation. I'm pretty sure live streaming you can watch stuff. No, you can. But like after the fact, I get hit up with copyright issues. So like I try to avoid the stuff that is heavily copyrighted, and that is like other people's like serious work, music, documentaries, anything that's been issued by some type of broadcasting network. So apparently comedy, I got to be careful of that stuff. Like people put in jokes all the time, like clips from Always Sunny in Philadelphia or Parks and Recs and all that sort of stuff. It gets hit up by the trusty YouTube algorithm. Do it or else you're gay mystery. Oh, they got me up against the wall now. I don't know. I think they're all uploaded to his channel. Okay. Gotcha. Adam Curtis, Oh Dear Ism 2 and the Non-Linear War. All right, I'm going to give it a small go for you. And we'll see if I get hit up. On Larry Fink creating BlackRock. Oh, I can get down with that. All right, let's see.
But a system that could anticipate the future.
Leave VODs up for 24 hours, take them down and re-upload edited, be a real YouTuber. Yeah, fair enough. I just don't have the fucking time. One day, when I have a whole group, a social media group, I'll be able to do tricky editing stuff. Adam Curtis, 280 subscribers. Curtis looks at Larry Fink and the creation of Aladdin, a computer that manages about 7% of the world's financial assets. Hey, Larry Fink. Well. It's the who's who of the world and global bourgeoisie.
But a system that could anticipate the future and keep society stable was already being built, pieced together from all kinds of different and sometimes surprising sources, all of them outside politics. One part of it was taking shape in a tiny town in the far northwest of the United States called East Wenatchee. It was a giant computer whose job was to make the future predictable. The man building it was a banker called Larry Fink. Back in 1986, Mr. Fink's career had collapsed. He lost $100 million in a deal and had been sacked. He became determined it wouldn't happen again. Fink started a company.
Who are the three that basically have a say in the entire, the entire American stock exchange? What are they? BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street? This is the same guy, right?
Company called BlackRock, and built a computer he called Aladdin. It is housed in a series of large sheds in the apple orchards outside Wenatchee. Fink's aim was to use the computer to predict with certainty what the risk of any deal or investment was going to be. The computer constantly monitors the world, and it takes things that it sees happening and then compares them to events in the past. It can do this because it has in its memory a vast history of the past 50 years. Not just financial, but all kinds of events. Out of the millions and millions of correlations, the computer then spots possible disasters, possible dangers lying in the future, and moves the investments to avoid any radical change and keep the system stable.
Today I'm going to deliver 1.8 million reports.
Execute 25,000 trades.
And avert 3,000 disasters.
I'm going to monitor interest rates in Europe.
Silver prices in Asia. Droughts in the Midwest.
I'm going to witness 4 billion shares change hands on the New York Stock Exchange.
And record the effects on 14 trillion in assets across 20,000 portfolios.
I am Aladdin.
I am Aladdin.
And today, I'll find the numbers behind the numbers.
I will see the trends the models don't.
The connections.
The risks.
I am Aladdin.
I'm Aladdin, and I will get the data right.
I am 25 million lines of code.
Written by hundreds of people.
Across 2 decades.
I'm smarter than any algorithm.
More powerful than any processor.
Because I am Aladdin.
The big three. Hey, and this is their advertising, hey? It's clever. I want to be Aladdin too. I'm Aladdin. I broke the dam.
Because I am Aladdin.
I am Aladdin.
See, isn't it crazy? Like the first thing that humans do when they develop something like machine learning at a significant scale, right? Like this is AI, basically. Before the AI hype train, and it's just like, okay, what are we gonna do with this shit? Play the fucking stock market. All right, let's do this. We got ourselves a goer. Let's do it.
I am Aladdin.
Aladdin has proved to be incredibly successful. The assets it guides and controls now amount to $15 trillion, which is 7% of the world's total wealth.
That's interesting, isn't it? If there are any trans Tifa warriors watching this right now, those that have been, have been listed as potential terrorist organizations, nihilistic extremists by NSPM 7. Like, if you know where this place is, you could crash capitalism pretty fast, right? If you know what I'm saying. What do you think, E? You going to watch more of his stuff? Yeah, look, it looks really interesting. I just can't do it as a watch party. Definitely interesting. Like, we could all get down with that. That's for sure. Definitely. I'll let you know if I get hit up. If I don't get hit up with any copyright, it may be a goer, if you know what I'm saying. Hey? Adam needs to make a film about Curtis Yarvin, Nick Land, Peter Thiel, Palantir, Altman, OpenAI, Silicon Valley accelerationism into techno-feudalism. Fuck yeah. I get down with that. For sure. It'd be interesting to see what they have to say. Palantir has entered the chat. It's crazy. Comment sections, man. Mental stuff. I like you to make notes as you watch and do a review. I want to hear your thoughts. Interesting. I got homework. Interesting. All right. Let's do this. We're moving topics. We are moving topics. We're moving this feast, as they would say. But people across this, okay, so I can't believe I didn't hear about this. I'm really disappointed with my French sources on this one, that they didn't tell me about this was happening. Watch this. Something went down in France, and this is like a week old now, but something went down in France a week ago. And so like there was this left-wing presenter happening at a university, I wanted to say. Maybe it was just a political presentation of some sort. Anyway, there's some loony lefty talking somewhere, and then there was some right-wing group that came to protest against the left-wing speaker, and then there were people from a left-wing group that kind of protested against the right-wing people protesting. It's really convoluted, but like, just hear me out. And some loony lefties beat to death a right-wing activist or a right-wing protester in France. And this has plunged France into a bit of political chaos at the moment, because people have had to be like, denouncing political violence and all this sort of stuff. And like, there's all these people rallying behind kind of right-wing politicians and showing solidarity with them. And it's called into question kind of the left-wing politics in France, and like ignited a debate about left-wing violence and all of this sort of stuff. So like, this happened a week ago, and like there's little mentions of it kind of here and there. But like, I'd like to know what the chat's thoughts on this is. Because, France in political chaos. What? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I'll give you that one. I'll give it. Well, like, how about this? France is in renewed political chaos. Let's just go with that one. Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What's up? Give up the rock. 4AS in the house. How are you? Did you hear about this thing that went down in France? 4AS. I wonder if you're across this. Just have a quick listen to this. Let's just slow up. We'll get the facts first.
Political tensions are running high in France after a 23-year-old activist, known only as Quentin, died from a brutal beating in
Like,
Lyon.
we in English say Quentin for that name, right? Not the French. Quentin. Give up your radical left, good old Frenchy town. I shared a modernity clip about Antifa beating in France. Yeah, is this the one? Is this the one?
Now President Emmanuel Macron is urging everyone to take a step back. Quentin died on Saturday, having fallen into a coma after being violently beaten on Thursday outside a conference given by far-left EU lawmaker Rima Hassan. She has since called for an investigation and for the perpetrators to be brought to justice. Macron quickly echoed that, calling the violence unacceptable, saying, quote, "It is essential to prosecute, bring to justice, and sentence the perpetrators of this atrocity. Hatred that kills has no place in our country. I call for calm, restraint, and respect." In Paris, hundreds of protesters, mostly from far-right groups, rallied outside the Sorbonne University. Mariam Marichal is a far-right lawmaker.
I believe this simply illustrates something quite consistent in French history, at least in recent decades, which is the unpunished violence of the far left and of the Antifa movement. It's now been over 48 hours since these events took place. Why have there been no arrests, no questionings, no detentions?
Others in the crowd paid tribute to Quentin, who had been supporting an anti-immigration feminist group at the event.
He was someone who was committed.
What an interesting, like, amalgam of, like, different types of struggle. Am I right? Am I right? A feminist anti-immigration group. Eh? Who says there's solidarity amongst the oppressed? That's all. That's crazy. Dilemmas. Arrest Pauline Hanson under new laws and create a martyr. I can't even read that one probably. Team up with Liberal Party and prove Pauline right. Workers of the world, you wipe. Where do you get this stuff from? Do you put this in AI yourself, Dilemmas? Quinton. That's a slab of piss and a pack of Winnie Blues. And I just heard that bomb threat on the lodge was the Falun Gong? Really? No way. Plus some memes I saved just for this chat. And my Crusader group chat, LOL. Okay.
Committed to his ideals. A Catholic who... He was someone who was committed to his ideals. A Catholic who converted his family, who had an extremely pious life dedicated to the common good, and who was beaten up by the far left. So Quentin is someone to whom we must pay tribute.
The Le Monde newspaper says prosecutors have opened an aggravated manslaughter investigation, but so far, no suspects have been identified. Far-right heavyweight Marine Le Pen called on the perpetrators to be brought to justice with the utmost severity.
All right, so that's the long and the short of it. So there was a left-wing speaker somewhere, Quentin, has rocked up with his protesters, and then counter-protesters came and beat the shit out of him. And he later died as a result of that. And like this is causing political upheaval, let's say, in France at the moment. I'm so surprised I haven't got wind of this earlier. Let's go to the French and see what they have to say about this. Yeah. So I guess it's appropriate this time.
Straight to the press.
Wait. Apparently it was run in by Falun Gong supporters who need enemies when you have blowback. Yeah, what a random cause that is. But that's what they said in the news, LOL. That it was related to Falun Gong and Australia's relationship with China. That's an interesting. I wouldn't have picked that. Definitely would have picked that. Hey, Albo, it's taking it from all angles.
Now we're dipped.
Hey, the French are used to unrest. Baguette batons. Hey.
Straight to the press now with Dipty today. She's starting with the death of Quentin Deronck, that young militant close to the far right in France last week.
Yeah, that's right, Stuart. His death dominating the French dailies today. Here he is in the front of Le Figaro newspaper, the right-wing paper. His death has also inflamed political tensions in France. Quentin Deronck was a 23-year-old nationalist activist close to the far right. He was beaten to death in Lyon last week on the fringes of a protest around a speech given by Rima Hassan, a member of the far left France Unbowed party. She was giving that speech at the Political Sciences University in Lyon. Now, Quentin he actually died of his injuries a day later. He died on February 13th. The French government has said ultra-left activists were behind his killing.
There's so many terms here. It's just like it was the far left beating on the far right, and ultra leftists, ultra leftists, sacre bleu. Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. It actually makes me even more sure that Bondi wasn't an accident. There's a lot of ways of describing the left and the right going on here. Hey, someone beat you to it, Jordan. Sacre bleu.
The far left being accused by the government, Le Figaro says, and in its editorial today, the paper says that in this tragedy, he was not, quote, a militant just killed in a street fight, but a martyr for freedom of expression, something that the far left, the paper says, wants to replace by hideous mob mentality. Now, the right-wing paper accusing the France Unbowed party of feeding the political violence that was at the heart of this deadly event. From Les Echos, the business paper, it also points a finger at the France Unbowed movement, calling it one death too many. The paper saying February 13th, the day of Quentin's death, will mark a, quote, turning point in French politics and shows that extremism kills.
What's the reaction then from the left-wing press, Dipty?
Well, this is from Libération, Stuart, here on the front page. Really focusing on the political violence that led to his murder. It says it condemns a, quote, unbearable climate of intolerance in which French politics has been really immersed in for a long time. While the communist paper L'Humanité, in its coverage, also focusing on political violence, what it calls a climax of political violence that culminated with his death, and really also is very upset about what it calls a tragedy that is shamefully being politically manipulated in France now.
Also in the headlines today, 5 European nations considering extra sanctions. This is against Russia in the wake of new information.
No, boo. Don't change the topic, brother. So, that's all the French could give us is a bunch of headlines on this one. Very interesting. Let's get a German source on this. I'm really still trying to establish the situation here, but it seems like the French political scene, I'm assuming this sort of stuff would happen in any country, right? If a bunch of what's far left in Australia, a bunch of Greens supporters beat the crap out of a One Nation person at a Put Australia First rally or something like that, and then everyone would be talking about the far left and the far right, and we'd be all over this like a rash, and we'd be talking about it for days, right? I just have a feeling that PETA goes off next. I got censored, but this far-right activist was pushing to lower age of consent in some of his posts that were screenshotted. I can't believe you got censored for that. He's in a neo-fascist group. The dude was kind of asking for karma. How French to call the fight a climax? Peter, you mean Peter Rabbiter? No, the animal rights group. Yeah, Peter. Right. All right, let's have a listen. This was 3 days ago, so a little bit after So like 5 days after the thing went down, I think.
In France, there are calls for calm as supporters gather in memory of a far-right activist.
Savage. Greens don't know how to fight. Savage, bro.
Who was killed last week. Quentin de Renck died after being beaten during a street brawl between nationalist and left-wing groups in the southern city of Lyon. His death has become a rallying cry for the French right, and authorities fear rival extremists could clash at today's Memorial March. Controversy surrounding the activist's death has also spread beyond France's borders.
France's National Assembly observes a minute's silence for Quentin de Renck.
Whoa, he got a
The
minute's
23-year-old
silence.
nationalist
That's interesting.
activist was at a demonstration in Lyon against a visit by a politician from the far-left France Unbowed party when he was attacked by a group of suspected far-left protesters. He later died from head injuries in hospital. As the investigation continues, de Renck's death is fueling tensions between France's political factions. The head of France's far-right National Rally Party, Jordan Bardella, called for a cordon sanitaire on France Unbowed to remove it from the national parliament and from the ballots of upcoming municipal elections.
The left and the far left have crossed an unacceptable red line in our democracy. Respect for the opinions and physical integrity of their opponents.
France Unbowed rejects this.
Those who are exploiting this tragedy to smear us must stop. Their manoeuvres are despicable.
The heated debate about the incident is spilling over France's borders. At a summit in Delhi, President Emmanuel Macron was prompted to react to Conservative Italian leader Giorgia Meloni's comments that de Renck's death was a wound for all of Europe.
I'm always struck by those nationalists who don't want anyone else bothering them at home, that they're always the first to comment on what's happening elsewhere.
De Renck's killing has become a focus point of political discourse.
I am just, Hobo Joe.
The French government and
I am just becoming aware. Am I just becoming aware of it? Or is the media really pushing the terms left and right? I feel like it was never mentioned that much. I have a feeling that the media is more pushing, like, we were talking about this, like, what, a few weeks ago? I was not aware of the term the far left until a few weeks ago. Like, they've always talked about left and right politics, I find, in some variation, maybe not in the same type of culture war fervor that they do nowadays. Like, they really push the polarization of left and right. Before, it was kind of like, like left, you're left wing if you have economic considerations, like how the economy should be run, what you do, well, like, should you have government spending on this issue or not? That's like left and right stuff. But like, I had never come across the term the far left. Back in the day, it was hard right all the time, or hard right and alt right a lot. But then now it's far left and far right. And you even had the description before of the hard left and it wasn't the extreme left. There was another term that they used. But I think they're definitely doubling down on the extreme left and right positions in order to push the general safe centrist position. This is particularly important in French politics, I would say, because like they do have the possibility to really move towards far left or far right politicians. They have that built into their political structure. And like somewhere like Australia, we're pretty centrist, let's be honest. So it's pretty safe for the neoliberal kind of establishment and ideology that runs the world. Like you have safe, Australia, it's pretty safe. It'll always be kind of middle ground, centrist kind of politics, which suits the neoliberal world order just fine. Australia is open for free market exploitation and capitalism every day of the week. But like France, like you could really get a proper left wing or proper right wing government in that would really destroy the neoliberal order. And like the neoliberal order really needs to work for the EU to work properly. And France is a big economy in the EU. And so like they really need to push the narrative about the extreme left or the extreme right, because they need to have someone like Macron, who's like an extreme centrist. You need the extreme center. And you can only justify continually bringing in centrist extremists who will deliver you neoliberal policies like austerity, tax cuts for the wealthy, and cuts to social welfare and benefits and all that sort of stuff. You need to drum up the extremity and the polarization to ensure that you continue to get centrist parties in power, right? This is my 2 cents. That's my take on it. Violent Quinn, that's like saying, let's ban the Republican Party because the guy brought a gun to protest and people. LOL. The media always punches left and right. Otherwise, it's us and them, and the media is them. Far left means commies, you silly man bun mystery. Yeah, no, I apologize. No one would identify with a message / media would be useless if they didn't push left and right. I didn't know what left or right meant until a couple of years ago when everyone started calling me far right. France unbowed won the election. YouTube is nuking me. Get nuked. But the government refused to hand over power and nominate a series of presidents from other parties. I never paid attention to left versus right politicians. Back then I could afford all my bills. Prime ministers, I meant. Oh, right. Yeah. Not presidents. They have both, and it confuses me. Yeah. Oh, what do we have? A prime minister and a governor general, right?
Left-wing groups denounce the violence, but are struggling to distance themselves from it.
Police say more than 3,000 people have turned out at the rally in Lyon. Let's turn to DW correspondent Lisa Louis in Paris. Lisa, what's the latest?
Well, it seems that so far the situation is calm. Mind you, there were hundreds of police officers, gendarmes, that were making sure that this was the case. We saw a few brawls between, the marchers and some left-wing activists, but the police was in between them, so, nothing major happened. But there is fear that major clashes could happen later tonight or throughout the night, and that's why many inhabitants, also shop owners, have barricaded up in Lyon.
Give us some perspective here. How big an issue is political violence in France?
Well, it seems to become a bigger issue over the years. Researchers have been saying that over the past 40 years or so, there have been about 60 deaths linked to political violence, most of them caused by far-right activists. But the number of incidents due to political violence over the past decade has gone up by about 50% compared to the 3 decades before. One researcher was telling me earlier that this was also because many people here in France didn't feel represented anymore by the political institutions. So instead of expressing their anger and their opinion through these political institutions, by voting, they then take to the streets, or it comes to these very violent altercations with consequences.
And Lisa, we should mention, this is all happening with key elections in context on the horizon. How will all this impact the upcoming municipal elections and the presidential election next year?
Well, this could indeed have a big impact, as we heard in the report earlier on. So, the 6 people charged linked to this case were part of an organization that is called the Young Guard, that was banned by the government last year, which has links, this organization has links to the far-left party France Unbowed. And while that party has condemned the killing, they seem to refuse to condemn the Young Guard. The founder of the Young Guard is even a parliamentarian for LFI, for France Unbowed. And that leads to the fact that many other politicians are now rejecting France Unbowed and saying that they shouldn't behave like that. They're becoming the pariah, so to say. All this could then help the far left. The Rassemblement National, the national rally, they're obviously trying to bank on that. They also said, as we heard, that LFI, France Unbowed, should be banned from Parliament. So it could have an important impact on the upcoming elections, indeed.
That's DW correspondent Lisa Louis. Thank you so much, Lisa.
Interesting. I've always been considered far left. The rest of left hasn't wanted me at protests for like 25 years now. Okay, the goal I've found with most corporate media is to make the far left look bad and the far right look like victims. I've seen Nazi rallies painted as working class fighters, and I've seen leftists protesting for more pay called Nazis. The right is a creation of the capitalist class to give legitimacy to their actions, and almost all media is run by the capitalist class. So is much of the modern left too. Yeah, the liberal left, we can say. The number of left-wing groups with someone like Soros as sugar daddy is no coincidence. The far right in Oz is just a centrist 10 years ago. Interesting. Very interesting. So it seems like this type of stuff is going on, right, around the Western world. Big time. And I wonder why this story is being propagated now. Like, I'm seeing it pop up in like British media and like in Australian media, obviously. Like now, like this happened, like I said, this happened a week ago. Why is it, look at this one for the ABC. This is 14 hours old. Why are we picking up on this story now? Why didn't we talk about this a week ago? What was happening last week where the Australians couldn't talk about this? I wonder what's going on there.
The death of a young far-right activist in France has sparked outrage and protests across the country. Quentin Duranc was allegedly beaten by a group of masked men reported to be members of a far-left movement. The incident has drawn condemnation from across the political spectrum as France grapples with rising division ahead of a March election. I'm joined now by Nathaniel Bloch, who is a former advisor to the French government. Nathaniel, thanks for coming in tonight. Now tell us, the death of this far-right activist has sparked anger across the political divide. Remind us again of what led to this and what happened.
So there was a conference organized in a public institution in the university in France with Rima Hassan, who is a French EU MP, who is very vocal on the Palestinian question. Outside this university in France, there was a group of far-right feminists who protest the venue of Rima Hassan. And to counter-protest...
Isn't it such a weird dichotomy? Like, I'm sure it exists. But far-right feminists, like, doesn't it seem a little bit contradictory? Like, as most, I guess you would say, right-wing conservative positions, like, you know, beating the drums of religious dominance over cultural values and social norms, don't look highly on the feminist plight and the liberation of women. This is a very interesting position, I must say. The French, man, when they go politics, they go all out, redefining all the boundaries. But another spectrum move to the right deal. There was a time I could say you can't win a war on an idea and people took it as fact. And there was a time that you got put on a terror list. French police be like, French kiss and baguette baton. Because the left were aggressors, so it didn't get airtime. If it was right-wing violence, it would have been all over the news. Oh, there's an interesting theory. There you go. Remake, huh? Police violence is right-wing violence. Does it get news time? Yeah, I see what you did there. I think it's because most people call left and right different things these days. Yes, it's definitely that. But like this whole feminist, like what is it, far right feminists is an interesting one for me, I must say.
The far right feminist patriot demonstration, the Jeune Garde, the young guard, came and confronted them. And this is after that, after this confrontation, that someone from the young guard killed, several persons killed this activist from the far right, who in fact was protected the demonstration of the far right patriot feminist group.
And that's what's really shocked people, hasn't it? Because usually you'd expect, the extreme politics to be linked to the other end of the political spectrum.
Yes, exactly. And also, I think what really sparked this outrage in France is that the person who has been charged, who has been in custody, accusing of participating to this murder, is a former political advisor of a French MP, who is the one, Raphaël Arnaud, who founded the Young Guard in 2018. So in fact, the person directly involved is a policy advisor. And I think that's the element really that created such a noise in the French politics, because unfortunately it happens, that some of these demonstrations concluded in someone being killed. But the fact that it's an active advisor probably is the trigger point of this whole mess that happened at the moment in France.
What does this tell us about how politics has evolved in recent years, both where the far right and the far left are concerned?
There's definitely more and more violence within the political system. We are used to have the far right, but interestingly enough, since a couple of years, the far right tried to escape from their position of being the devil of the politics. But the far left, entering the political game more proactively a couple of years ago, and since, in fact, 2022 and the second mandate of Emmanuel Macron, the far left took this position of being really a violent disruptor. So now, in fact, we are kind of stuck in the French political game between a historical violent far right and a far left that is more and more vocal. And also the element is that the far left is not residual in France. It's 70 out of 577 MPs. So 1 out of 5 MP in the French parliament is from the far left.
Even the
Hey, those extreme French people, my God. You can only be left if you're anti-capitalist. So true. Eh? If anything else, you're really just right light. Eh? You got to question the system itself. Every other definition is wrong and incoherent. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
When people start getting killed...
What is it about burning, having burning stuff on sticks? What is that? Like, what's that about? Is that like is this an obsession? Primal urge for fire and sticks.
When people start getting killed in the political culture wars, then let's just call them what they are. Bloody street battles. Canton de Ronc was a casualty, killed by violent far-left anti-fascist activists. There are local elections in France next month, presidential elections next year, and his death has many here wondering whether the militant far right aren't the only ones with bloodied hobnail boots.
Oh, whoa. Check out what's on the jacket, bro. Is that you, Thomas Sewell? What is the name again? Something Henley. I can never remember. I gotta remember this fucking brand. My God. Burning sticks thing is a fascist thing usually. Yeah, but what is it? What is it about burning sticks? Why the symbolism there? Henley Hansen. Thank you. Well. We're on the right track it today. I wonder if these people do really care about Quentin, Quentin. I wonder if they worry about him at all. Or if this is just a chance to get out in the streets and wear your Henley Hansen gear, eh?
Hobnail boots. We took the funicular up the hill overlooking Lyon to meet Clément Schertz. He's a leader of an ethno-nationalist Catholic student group, La Cocale. And he's organising a huge demonstration in Lyon to remember his acquaintance, Quentin Durand.
He was kind of fun. He was radiant, like giving smiles to people and quite intellectual, actually. He was quite a fervent Catholic. It's a level of violence we're not familiar with.
Clément says that he wants to distance himself and his organisation from violent groups. This, as we will discover, is not accurate. But first, who was Quentin Durand? He was a data science student at university in Lyon. A few years ago converted to Catholicism and was a regular at the ultra-traditionalist St. George's Church, Mass still celebrated here in Latin.
Well, still in Latin.
He was also involved with the far-right militant group called Audace. Their rallying call, Young White, join your clan.
It's so tribal, isn't it? It's so fucking tribal. Young White, join your clan. Come, we'll do some fucking Thai kickboxing. Let's hang out. We'll listen to rap music. Got to enjoy that originally white French culture. Obviously, rap music and kickboxing started in Lyon. Obviously, so good. Join your clan. Oh yeah. Originally, left wing was the peasants in the French Parliament, and the nobles sat in the right wing of Parliament. Left-right paradigms don't work anymore. Liberty, equality, fraternity. Vive la révolution. Absolutely, all the way. Remark, the Nazis did not socialize production. That's anti-communist propaganda. Yeah, I got to say, I read that before in the chat just before. Someone said that the Germans had a socialist economy, but also authoritarian. I don't know about the whole socialist economy thing. Like, they definitely nationalized stuff, and they definitely used forced labor in camps. I don't know if you could call that a socialist economy, though. They were pretty happy to do business with the capitalist class, as opposed to dominate them. The Strasserites, wing of the Yazidis, who advocated for industrial nationalization, were assassinated and deleted from the party. Pretty gay, a bunch of white guys hanging out and listening to rap. It was definitely not a white clan thing, that's for sure. My left-wing Marxist still serves me pretty well. My left-right matrix, still serves me pretty well. I can break basically every policy down into either corporate centrist, individual left, state right-based. My mate's grandmother got her first pair of shoes from the Nazi party at age 7. Wow. Germany gets snow in winter.
How did Quentin die? On the 12th of February, a hard-right anti-immigrant women's group...
They were socialists? They were just right-wing socialists? Yeah. Like, I know what you're saying. Like, they called themselves socialists. Like, national socialists. But, like, that doesn't make you socialist. Like, I even struggle to define China as socialist, and they're pretty fucking socialist. But, like, I appreciate what you're saying, I guess.
Called Nemesis, staged a protest outside a venue where a radical left-wing politician was speaking. Students violently confronted the group outside the university. Quentin Durand was outside the
wait, he was protesting
outside anti-Quentin die.
So he was here with these guys protesting. And these are the feminists. The far right feminist Islamos. I can't read that. Horde something about Islam, I guess.
12th of February, a hard-right anti-immigrant women's group called Nemesis staged a protest outside a venue where a radical left-wing politician was speaking. Students violently confronted the group outside the university. Canton de Ranc was reportedly providing support and security for Nemesis on the day. The militant far left in Lyon showed up close by, and Nemesis have far-right heavies on speed dial who also arrived. Cue a full-on street brawl. At one point, Canton de Ranc, seen here, is repeatedly beaten on the ground and then kicked in the head. He was declared dead in hospital.
Okay. So this was a street brawl. I thought it was just picked out of the crowd and stomped on. Far out. This is interesting. This is a little bit different now, isn't it? So like Nemesis, the feminist far right gang or group has on speed dial some backup. And so they get their boys down, and then the left wing people get their boys down, and they start having a street fight. It's like West Side Story shit happening over here. And then he's a victim of a street brawl. That is not the way that this story has been presented in the mainstream media so far. Like, this was a street brawl, and it could have gone either way. That's very interesting. Far-right feminists are just fighting for their right to individual spaces for women that men can't go into, like bathrooms. It's good to see. Yeah, well, mate, Dilemmas, if this is true, it's great to see the far right sticking up for women's rights so heavily. It's funny how things change, isn't it? Yep, violent, it began, street thugs. The boys, except for the men that are checking people's gender. Watch the modernity clip, then the Adam Curtis one. All right, fair enough. The number of clips I've seen of men in America busting into toilets to check the sex of people inside, more than the rest of the world combined.
Hospital 2 days later. Some of the alleged perpetrators were associated with a left-wing French party, La France Insoumise. And when I say associated, I mean some were actually on the payroll of a member of parliament. 2 of those arrested were assistants to Raphael Arnaud, a member of parliament for LFI. Arnaud was a founder of a now banned militant anti-fascist group, Les Gens Gardes. We tried in vain to get an interview with someone from LFI. They deny that the party had anything to do with the attack and are standing by Arnaud, who has condemned the assault. Both of his assistants have been fired. And so to the demonstration at the weekend. Over 3,000 people attended the memorial event for Canton de Ranc in Lyon. It was organised by a who's who of the French hard-right street movement. Nemesis, the so-called femo-nationalists, were there.
Bastard, now show me your weenie. Yeah, I know, breaking into toilets. Is this a thing? People bust into toilets to check people. Busted. How's the guy with the cigar? HK. I'm just trying to work out what far-right feminists are. Hey, you and me both, brother. You and me both.
As was Clément from the Catholic student group. The main speaker was Aliette Espiau. She leads an anti-abortion group called Marche pour la Vie, and once ran as a candidate for Le Pen's party national rally in local elections.
Anti-abortion feminists, I'm not following this. Shape-shifting an excerpt for hypernormalization by Adam Curtis. Very interesting.
These are the social media savvy, fresh faces of the movement, with no interaction with violent white supremacists, right? Wrong. Elliot Espio is married to a man called Elliot Bertin, a white supremacist with a violent past, and he's barred from attending demonstrations in Lyon.
Do you condemn all political violence across the board?
Yes, of course.
You do, yeah. Is your husband here today?
No.
Okay.
And I don't know where is the link.
Not long after this, we bumped into her husband.
Elliot, just before you go.
He didn't want to talk to us. Here's why. He was a leader of the banned neo-Nazi group Lyon Populaire, and is not allowed to attend demonstrations in Lyon. Later, we caught up with him again.
Sorry, we were discussing a serious subject.
Along with his wife, who told us he wasn't there, and Clément, the student activist, who told us he didn't associate with violent groups.
You said your husband wasn't here?
Yeah, my husband is...
Okay. This is your husband?
Yes. No.
Elliot. Elliot.
No.
Elliot.
No, my husband isn't here.
That's not your husband?
No.
Then she pretended that her husband was, in fact, just some dude called Max.
Why is he not telling us the truth?
Yes,
it's not him, I think.
It's Max.
He's Max, one of the guys.
No, I'm sure of that.
No, we spoke to him earlier.
I know who is my husband.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're not telling us the truth, are you? You're not telling us the truth.
Oh,
It's okay. I understand.
Why does this moment matter?
Yeah, why does this matter? Pretty funny though. Is this your husband or not? Yes, I mean no. I mean fuck. What do you care? Leave me alone, English person.
Because it shows that the quote acceptable face of the French far right is lying about its connections to violent groups. With the presidential race next year and local elections next month, this young man's death exposes the uneasy connections between parties of the left and right with their militant fringes, and forces France to ask itself, what level of political violence will we actually tolerate?
No, go away, you stupid English types. Very, very interesting. All right, we're gonna have a quick break, and then we'll pick it up in a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We'll be here for the afternoon session in a few minutes. We'll be back. All right. We are back. Let us do this. What do we miss in the chat? Oh, Jordan's off. See you later, Jordan. Hope you have a good rest of your day. I wouldn't challenge, but I would challenge you to pass stuff through a triangle-shaped pole pyramid with corporations in the center, state on the right, and individuals on the left. And you can easily categorize all policy. So it's not that like XY axis political stuff anymore. It's the political triangle. Gotta go see you guys and girls later. Almost all policy at the moment is centrist or right policy. There's very little individual-based policy anymore. I gotta change what dogs are out. I love pitties, but sometimes I wish they had more game modes than wrestle till blood is drawn, then get to the fighting. It's funny how no one in here seems to agree on what left and right are, but we all agree thinking the color of your skin makes you superior to someone else is the lowest IQ take you can have. It's fair. It's fair. I guess there's some general consensus going on, hey? Yo, watch this clip, Shape-Shifting, an excerpt of Hypernormalization by Adam Curtis. Relevant with the talk about paid protesters. Shape-Shifting by Curtis. You love your Adam Curtis, don't you? Eh? Love it.
But in Russia, there was a group of men who had seen how this very lack of belief in politics and dark uncertainty about the future could work to their advantage. What they had done was turn politics into a strange theatre, where nobody knew what was true or what was fake any longer. They were called political technologists, and they were the key figures behind President Putin. They had kept him in power, unchallenged, for 15 years. Some of them had been dissidents back in the 1970s and had been powerfully influenced by the science fiction writings of the Strugatsky brothers. 20 years later, when Russia fell apart after the end of communism, they rose up and took control of the media. And they used it to manipulate the electorate on a vast scale. For them, reality was just something that could be manipulated and shaped into anything you wanted it to be. But then a technologist emerged who went much further, and his ideas would become central to Putin's grip on power. He was called Vladislav Surkov. Surkov came originally from the theatre world, and those who have studied his career say that what he did was take avant-garde ideas from the theatre and bring them into the heart of politics. Surkov's aim was not just to manipulate people, but to go deeper and play with and undermine their very perception of the world, so they are never sure what is really happening. Surkov turned Russian politics into a bewildering, constantly changing piece of theatre. He used Kremlin money to sponsor all kinds of groups, from mass anti-fascist youth organisations to the very opposite, neo-Nazi skinheads, and liberal human rights groups who then attacked the government. Surkov even backed whole political parties that were opposed to President Putin. But the key thing was that Surkov then let it be known that this was what he was doing, which meant that no one was sure what was real or what was fake in modern Russia. As one journalist put it, it's a strategy of power that keeps any opposition constantly confused. A ceaseless shape-shifting that is unstoppable because it is indefinable. Meanwhile, real power was elsewhere, hidden away behind the stage, exercised without anyone seeing it. And then, the same thing seemed to start happening in the West. By now, it was becoming ever more clear that the system had deep flaws. Every month, there were new revelations of most of the bank's involvement in global corruption, of massive tax avoidance by all the major corporations, of the secret surveillance of everyone's emails by the National Security Agency. Yet no one was prosecuted, except for a few people at the lowest levels. And behind it all, the massive inequality kept on growing. Yet the structure of power remained the same. Nothing ever changed, because nothing could be allowed to destabilize the system. But then, the shape-shifting began.
Thank you very much. So nice. So amazing. So amazing. What? That's okay. I love you more, okay?
I love you more. Wow, this is some trippy shit, man. Seriously. My God. My God. Great Carney music. I hate it. Mum actually used to teach cultural divergence and sustainability, what makes a culture more or less likely to adapt to a given change. Back when uni had sociology department, at a sociology department. I maintain Western culture is better than the one of the sperm warriors, for example. I don't know the reference. Cultures are like organisms. They perform differently in different environments under different stresses. And like organisms, you can pretty much predict from the length of things like legs and fingers how good they will be at different things. And in Mum's assessment, Western culture is not well placed to deal with rapid change to environment. Not at all. Wow. Africans make good runners. Asians are good in windy plains, etc. If we were going to be adapting, the classes would be breaking down, not becoming more separate. If we were going to be adapting, the classes would be breaking down, not becoming more separate. There's definite signs in Western culture from MAGA, etc., that shows that we aren't adapting in times. These populist movements are a sign that we aren't adapting fast enough. It's like an animal breathing heavy. Now it's tired. Are we doing phrenology? Yeah, we did a taste of phrenology on Fridays last week. That's what we got up to last week. Get the calipers. He's the semen drinking tribe of Papua New Guinea. Sambia tribe. As the classes become more entrenched, it becomes more and more homogenous, and adaptation becomes harder. Interesting. Like, you could argue that human societies, civilizations have relied on class systems for a very long time, so it's probably pretty entrenched. Yeah? Very entrenched, I would say. All right, there's one other thing that I really wanted to look at today, and I'm going to be upset if I don't look at it. I want to get down with this so bad. Here's a really quick excerpt on it. Let's have a look, shall we? It's so quick. This is Sky News. This is when I first started hearing about it. So you're going to get like a temporal analysis. This is the high-speed rail project for the east coast of Australia that I was talking about like a few hours ago now. This is how it came out in the media, or started propagating in the media from yesterday to now.
The federal government claims a high-speed rail link between Sydney and Newcastle could be ready for construction in 2 years. It's part of the first phase of an eventual East Coast bullet train that would stretch between Melbourne and Brisbane eventually, in the long run. A journey on the proposed rail link could take as little as 1 hour between Sydney and Newcastle. A business case for the project claims it'd boost the nation's economy by $250 billion over 50 years. Now, the government is still considering how to pay for the project, but it will pledge another $230 million for the first phase today. But if everything goes well, construction would be finished well off by 2042.
And there's your taste of it. So let's have a look and see if there's any other information out there. I'm going to keep going with the mainstream on this one. Let's have a look. We ruin all infrastructure. How are we going to stop it? $200 ticket to keep dickheads out. Interesting.
It's been long talked about, and tonight we can reveal the federal government will tomorrow announce the next phase of Australia's first high-speed rail line. Here's federal politics reporter Hansel Jew to explain.
Well, after decades of discussions, it looks like Australia is finally on track to get a fast train. The federal government will tomorrow announce the next stage in the development of high-speed rail between Newcastle and Sydney. The government agency in charge of this, the High Speed Rail Authority, will start detailed planning work from tomorrow, locking in things like the design, getting approvals, as well as cost. It's expected to be a 2-year process, after which the project should be shovel-ready. It's unclear just how much the entire project will cost, although some experts say it could be anywhere up to $90 billion. What we do know, though, is that once the fast train gets up and running, it'll take just 1 hour to travel between Sydney and Newcastle and just half an hour to the Central Coast. And according to the government, the project will boost the Australian economy by $250 billion over the next 50 years.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? A little bit of actual infrastructure investment. That'd be lovely. That's how you got to keep the economy going. If you think about it from the modern monetary theorist perspective, government spending is an asset, really. Because what happens is, if the government spends, $90 billion to roll this thing out. That's $90 billion that goes into the economy paying for all of the materials, the services, the contractors, the personnel, like everyone and everything involved in it is the government writing checks to give to people in the economy who then go and take that money and spend it on other goods and services in the economy and ad infinitum. It just goes on forever. And then those people that all get a share of that $90 billion pay tax, and then the government recoups some of the money that is spent in a manner which is deflationary, and then is able to go spend again and repeat the process. But like massive government projects or government spending projects on infrastructure is really how you do economics in the modern era. Can you really trust the private sector to deliver on such scale? Are they going to do stuff that invest like $90 billion into the Australian economy in one go? It's an interesting question. It's fine if the environment stays stable, but as soon as there's a new people shows up, it's disaster. They're the ones that lose out. Have you taken the train to Newey? It's like back rooms. The thing is, I get ruined. The thing is gonna get ruined, by Newcastle Eshays in one day. You pause, catch trains, LOL, joke. I'm poor too. Yeah, it used to be just sociology. This isn't really my opinion like most stuff. This is just me repeating what I've heard my mum say. Yo. Razors in the house, what's up? How you going? Welcome to the stream. Yes, this train will be nothing like our NBN. Yeah, well, it depends if people try to fuck it up or not. That'll be the $1 billion question, might I say. I used to live in Newey when I was young, so I've seen all the worst of public transport. Junkies on the mag train, eh? But you can still apply the rule, expand it out to our current society, K-shaped economy, and go, okay, so we failed to adapt, huh? All right, let's continue. What these capitalists want is for there to be two classes, an extremely wealthy class and a very poor class. They don't want a middle class because they take the money that these greedy people want. Well, like, I wish they would just define it like that as well. Like, we need to shake this idea of the middle class. There are obviously people in the working populations of the world that have more purchasing power than others. And so the ones that have more purchasing power are usually referred to as the middle class, but they don't have a significant stake in the economy that means that they're allowed to make any calls. They might contribute to the economy, they might have businesses, all that sort of stuff. But, like, do they actually have any say in economics, like how the economy is run, how your country is run, policy decisions, all that sort of stuff? No, if they don't, they're producers, they're working. And, like, yeah, there's varying levels of purchasing power within the working class, I would say, or the working people of the world. And then there are those who control the means of production, i.e. have a significant say and influence over the economy. And they don't want a middle class because they take the money that these greedy people want. Well, like, I don't know if they take the money exactly as much as they absorb wealth that could just be given over to the top rung of society. So, like, you know, having a middle class, having a segment of the working population that has a little bit more purchasing power, have a few more assets and stuff, like, they could just be squeezed for everything they've got, and you could redistribute that wealth upwardly, right? So they could have it all. Why have a middle class? Just squeeze them for all they've got. The thing will be tagged and covered in piss by week's end. So it will be like our NBN. That was good. I'll pay that to Lemaz. That was hilarious. And these very rich people believe that they should receive more privileges and rights than the poor. In America, the poor are thrown onto the streets without any treatment being provided for them, while the rich receive the best care. That works fine in stable empire, but if you're going to adapt to changing environment, the producer class needs to have a say. Yeah, good luck. Not as optimistic on that one. Politics is downhill from culture. Downstream, I've heard people say. Politics is downhill from culture. They are the ones that see what's changing. They invented the middle class to replace the production war brought. Culture is downhill from economics. Yeah, you got to stop thinking about politics as different from economics, right? It's a very good one. Good reframing, Remag. I like that. Let's get down with that. The consumer economy was to keep consumption as high as wartime without having to fight a war. And when they decided they didn't need that anymore, look what they did to the consumer economy. Do people have consumer capacity these days? Do they need to have the capacity, or can they just get credit cards and live on debt and extreme debt? And if no one has noticed, they seem to have stopped the consumer society experiment. What's the bet that they fall back on war to stimulate economic growth? Yeah, they need a violent shock to the system. Marx actually talks about crises in capitalism in this sense. Like, there's like a check to the system. And war is a good way of devaluing and destroying capital. Like, if you have too much accumulated capital clogged up in certain areas but not really servicing the general economy, you can destroy a lot of capital and people with warfare. And like it rebalances the system. And like, because capitalism is naturally unstable like that. There's overproduction here and under distribution over there. And like when the two don't meet up, you have people in crises mode. And like a good old war that sends everything into kind of crisis mode, like social crisis mode, kind of balances out all of that value. But it's also redistributive. Like after World War II, there was a big redistribution of wealth as well. That's where you had that middle class kind of rise, I guess you would say. Even though the environment's changing and there's not the resources there was last time, they profit off the poor by running these government schemes while the people get nothing. Example, rehab centers, job hire centers, government crisis, share houses, all these things make money on the poor and employ. A war is an amazing driver of economic activity. Only the consumer society came close to sign up so much so fast. That's why I say if they are ending consumerism, they'll most likely be going back to war. Brazer, when you are poor, you will have to work for those rich people. And when you work for them, they'll be able to give you the least amount of money to make you do the dirty work instead of them to earn the money. We pay you just enough to keep you from leaving, eh? All right. I really want to learn more about this project. I don't have high hopes getting it from the mainstream media though. Let's have a look here. Detailed design. Let's see what the ABC has to say.
The federal government says it wants to get the high-speed rail project between Newcastle and Sydney shovel-ready. Today it's committed $230 million for the detailed design phase. That includes working out where exactly the track will go, where tunnels will go, where the stations will go, and understanding the cost of that. Engineers will be involved to make sure they can nail down that cost. At the moment, it's understood the project is likely to cost about $55 billion between Sydney and Newcastle. If the track was extended out to Western Sydney, Parramatta and the new airport, that cost would push out to about $70 to $90 billion. Now at the moment, if you jump on a train here and go to Sydney, all stations stop train, it's about 2.5 to 3 hours. High-speed rail would cut that down to about an hour. If you got on at the Central Coast, it would be half an hour to Sydney or half an hour from the Central Coast to Newcastle. So a big difference for commuters, particularly when you're travelling for work both ways each day. An hour is much quicker and using your day a bit more efficiently than having to get on the train for 2.5 or possibly 3 hours. So over the next couple of years, the government is going to be looking at the exact design for this project. People might say, why not use the tracks that are in place? That's not possible. A high-speed rail needs to be a lot more direct. Those tracks need to be a lot straighter. The current train track is a lot bendier, so a new track needs to be installed. So a lot of work needs to be involved to look at that exact design to get that high-speed train on the track. Now, the government has said during this phase they'll be looking at public and private financing. So in a couple of years, this project is ready to go. And if the project is ready to go and funding is in place, the government has said that 2029 is a possible time when construction could start.
Interesting. There you go, 2029. Bring it on.
It's been talked about since the 80s. Now a high-speed train between Newcastle and Sydney is just one step from reality. It would travel mostly underground at up to 300 kilometres an hour with tickets from $30.
Sydney to Newcastle in 60 minutes, to Gosford in 30. It will cost $55 billion and the federal government's on board.
This is a project whose time has come and that stacks up in Australia.
Today starting the development phase, 2 years to fully design the line, tunnels, bridges, signalling, stations at Newcastle, Morisset and Gosford.
Very different geographical challenges, particularly coming into Sydney with a national park, hills, but I think it's very doable.
Planning 115 kilometres of tunnel from the Central Coast all the way to Central Station, with speeds of up to 320 kilometres an hour and an average fare of $30, bringing the cities closer, predicted to deliver thousands of new homes, new jobs.
So many people who say that there's a job in Sydney that they would love to take, but they just can't work out a way to balance it with their lives.
That would be fabulous, wouldn't it?
I think it's great, yeah. But I don't think I'll see it in my lifetime.
I understand some of the scepticism. This has been talked about for long.
There's a few people in that segment there that might not be around when they actually roll this thing out, right?
Time.
The fast train future has been here before.
Speed Rail as the successful consortium.
Speed Rail in the 90s, the very fast train in the 80s. This project designed to allow future expansion via Parramatta to Western Sydney Airport, then to Canberra, Melbourne, Brisbane.
The final decision on whether to go ahead would come in 2028. But as for a date for when we could see the first high-speed trains running, well, there is no date.
No, I think it would be preemptive for us to say.
The planning to find out now full steam ahead. Paul Kadak, 7 News.
Train reference there. It's full steam ahead. Anyone? Oh, God, they must think they're so fucking clever when they write this stuff, seriously. Am I right? Full steam ahead? Does it use steam? No? Oh, okay. What did I stop at before? Before 2020, I could tell you the difference between Labor and Liberals, and now, funnily enough, I still can't tell the difference. They also have corporate interests, same as One Nation. The poor have their own economy where they are forever on a wheel of government drip, tap, help. I saw in Newcastle a place once great that lost its industry, so all I saw were people doing it tough. Yeah. Dilemmas, I tells you what, One Nation Rising has really put a fire under Labor. Look at these projects they suddenly want to build and advertise. Some Chinese trains are literally 5 times faster than our express train, LOL. But you don't see politicians posing in front of wind turbines or solar farms. There are sections of the track up here so bad the speed limit is 50. Damn. Where are you located? My not quite legal e-bike goes faster than the train allowed to go in my part of the state. When construction could start, radio. Libs are anti-Oz scum, Labor are greedy scum, Greens are just there. And One Nation is in the cafeteria cooking steaks on sandwich grill. Life comes at you fast. Japan are very nationalistic and built bullet train 20 years after being nuked. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Oh, that's the end of it. Yeah, right. Of course. I knew that. Basically Queensland, but still New South Wales. Yeah, okay, right.
The next phase of the long-awaited Newcastle to Sydney fast rail will be unveiled today. Live to Gabrielle Boyle in Sydney. Gabby, when are work set to start?
Jane, for decades now, people living north of Sydney have been begging for this train line. Finally, it's been given the green light. When it's all complete, it will take 1 hour to get from the centre of Sydney to Newcastle. And for people living outside of Sydney that don't quite understand, on a bad day, if you hit traffic or an accident, it can take 3 hours to get from parts of Sydney to Newcastle. It is a long and sometimes tedious drive. But moving forward, that's all set to change. The construction will start in 2028. The Central Coast part of the line finished by 2037. The Sydney link itself, 2039. And it will finally link up to the Western Sydney International Airport in 2042. But of course, construction like this doesn't come cheap.
Whoa. Am I to understand that, like, we're talking about this being delivered in 2042 and it's just the Sydney to Newcastle part? That's pretty fucking crazy, isn't it? Like, we've got the entire East Coast that needs to be serviced here. And not even the entire East Coast, like a portion of the East Coast from Brisbane down to Melbourne. And like, we're talking about 2042 just being the section from Sydney to Newcastle. Oh my God. This is pathetic, isn't it? This is absolutely pathetic. Remember, like, were you here yesterday when we were watching the mega projects of China kind of video? And they were just showing like how not only what incredible work and like projects that like civil engineering masterpieces, things that will go down in history, where man reshaped the earth itself to pull off an engineering feat that nobody thought was possible. And they're doing it in 5 years at a time, building new cities from the ground up in a number of years. And we're talking about building a high-speed rail connection between Newcastle and Sydney, and it's not going to be really up and running until 2042. Man, I feel ashamed to be Australian. Like, seriously. Spandonk, just purely pathetic. Welcome. How are you? Autobahn, Australia. Australia stops moving when trucks stop moving. The whole reason they built the East Coast rail line was in case of a war, and now they are prepping for another major war. They have allowed it to rust away. Remag, what even are One Nation policies? Their page is vague. And virtue signally? That's pretty funny. Virtue signally page. It's funny because like that virtue signal stuff is really supposed to be just for the wokies. But everybody gets a bit of gets in on that virtue signaling, hey? 10 years for a segment of rail. I think I'm gonna puke. Yeah, especially after what we watched yesterday. Am I right? Like, that was just incredible. Watching what the Chinese are tearing through. And here we are. Can't even build like a small stretch of rail. Not even the entire project. I thought it was the whole project that was going to be done by 2042. You can't carry a dozen tanks on a truck. In fact, you can't carry an Abrams over most bridges in Australia. Even one. They weigh too much. Interesting. We rarely use tanks in Oz. Our military power is long-range recon, small team operations. Wow. I don't know how I feel about all of this. Seriously. Very disillusioned. Very disappointed with Australia. Very disappointed. So much potential. And we can't even do infrastructure projects. Man. I am not a robot. Span of mega project after mega project. Tunnels below seas, bridges over the largest ravines, but over 10 years just to connect Newcastle to Sydney. Yeah, it's shameful stuff, isn't it? Like, there's just no hope. Can't we just give the money to China and just be like, you do it? We're not working here properly. You guys can figure this out, right? Yes. And we'll do it in half the time. All right, let's have a look at this. This is from the Australian. Financially viable, Sydney to Newcastle fast train to clear next hurdle. A proposed High-speed rail line between Sydney and Newcastle. Why does this do that? That sucks. I'll read it for you anyway. A proposed high-speed rail line between Sydney and Newcastle is moving into the next development phase, focusing on finalising the design and obtaining planning approvals for the Mammoth project, which Anthony Albanese claims is financially viable. However, New South Wales Premier Chris Minns has been quick to pour cold water on the prospect of state funding for the project, expected to carry a price tag in the tens of billions of dollars, saying his government is already had its hands full with existing commitments, touted by the Albanese government as a transformational infrastructure project. The proposal would see high-speed trains travelling up to 320 kilometres between Sydney and Newcastle, cutting travel times from 2.5 hours to just 45 minutes. Hey? Look at this woke propaganda, hey? Public transport, cutting commuter times. It's just woke garbage. That's what it is, it's just woke garbage. Where are we? Australia is potentially getting a high-speed rail network that will have speeds up to 320 kilometers an hour. How does this average with high-speed rail projects and developments around the world in terms of speed? $320 kilometers is right at the global sweet spot for modern high rail trains. It's not cutting edge, but it's definitely world class. Okay, typical is 250 to 300. For entry-level high-speed, 300 to 320 is global standard for advanced networks, 330 to 350. Upper-end conventional rail, China, some new European upgrades, 400 kilometers, experimental or maglev. Real-world comparisons, France's TGV, Japan's Shinkansen, and many European systems operate at 320. China's main network typically runs at 300 to 350. Spain and Italy, usually 300 to 310. The fastest regular services globally top around 350. So it's like pretty average stuff. Like you wouldn't want anything less than that if you're going to spend over 10 years doing it. While the government has set aside $500 million for initial scoping works and the establishment of a new high-speed rail authority to oversee the project, progress has been incremental. On Tuesday, however, the Prime Minister hinted the next stage of the project would soon commence. We'll have an announcement in a couple of weeks' time, Mr. Albanese told ABC TV, declaring the Newcastle-Sydney leg, which could eventually extend to Melbourne, absolutely makes sense. When was this written? February 17, so like last week. Is that right? Does that sound right? Does that sound right to you? We'll have an announcement in the next couple of weeks. It's where most of our population is, along that corridor, and that makes it financially viable, is the economic development along the route. Mr. Albanese has been a long supporter of a high-speed rail line along Australia's east coast. As Infrastructure and Transport Minister 2010, he commissioned a feasibility study into a Sydney-Newcastle link. But speaking hours after Mr. Albanese's remarks, Mr. Minns ruled out any state contribution. Hey, Minns, Ho Chi Minh strikes again, eh? We're spending $30 billion this year on public infrastructure, and I've said it a lot. We're well over our skis when it comes to this kind of spending, he said. The New South Wales government has previously estimated a shorter rail link between Sydney and the Central Coast would cost about 32 billion and take roughly 12 years to build. Were it to be bankrolled by the Commonwealth alone, the proposed Sydney to Newcastle line would likely be its single largest infrastructure spend in the country's history, eclipsing the 35 billion that has been allocated to the National Broadband Network. Following its initial scoping works, the HSRA has now asked Infrastructure Minister Catherine King for a further 667 million in funding to complete a 2-year development phase of the project, during which contractors and designers would finalise at least 40% of the project's plans. What, they need $600 million to finalise 40% of the project's plans? Doesn't this sound like a weird universe that we live in? Like, again, in the context of, China, who just makes shit en masse every year, and we have to spend $600 million to do 40% of the planning for the project. Securing planning approvals and preservation of planning corridors would also occur during this stage. The request from the HSRA to progress the development phase of the project comes after it delivered its business case to the government in late 2023, recommending the project be completed in 3 stages, with construction commencing in 2027. Under this preferred option, the first leg between Newcastle and the Central Coast would open in 2037. Followed by 2 years later by the second stage extending Sydney's Central Station. So first of all, it goes from the Central Coast to Newcastle, no Sydney at all. Final leg running from Western Sydney Airport would be completed in 2042. The 194-kilometre line would include 115 kilometres of tunnels, 41 of surface and track, 38 of bridges and viaducts. Trains would reach speeds of up to 320 kilometres outside. Tunnels would be up to 200 kilometres within them. Why do you have to go slower in tunnels? I'm going to ask my research assistant. Anyone got a view on that? Just reading an article about this project. And it says that the train in the open can reach speeds of up to 320 kilometers an hour, but up to 200 in tunnels. Why the difference in speeds? The speed difference is completely normal in a high-speed rail design. Tunnels impose much tougher physical and safety constraints. Air pressure, the piston effect. When a train enters the tunnel at very high speed, it pushes air ahead of it like a piston. This creates pressure waves that travel through the tunnel. When they exit, they can cause a sonic boom-like effect. Inside the train, rapid pressure changes cause ear discomfort for passengers. To avoid these speeds are often capped around 2 to 250. That's crazy. Aerodynamic drag increase. Air can't disperse easily in a confined tunnel. The train is effectively moving through a compressed air column. This increases drag and energy consumption significantly. At 300 kilometers plus, this becomes very inefficient and costly. Wow, that's crazy. Hey, you can tell I'm not an engineer. Safety and evacuation constraints. Tunnels are high-risk environments, harder to evacuate passengers in emergencies. Fire and smoke are more dangerous in enclosed spaces. Low speeds give more reaction time and safer stopping distances. You can build tunnels that allow 300. Japan and China do it in some cases, but they need to be much wider to reduce the pressure effects, requiring special tunnel portals, ventilation, sealing. I was wondering, there must be an engineering solution for this. Like most things, you can engineer a solution into that. Like, do you just constantly move air throughout the tunnel? Then you don't have the friction, right? You just have like some type of fan system that moves air constantly through the tunnel potentially. Interesting. Wow. How much of that 600 million is environmental studies? That's a good question, Dilemmas. Goddamn environment getting away again. Renewables aren't a rot any more than oil was compared to coal, but it is about access still. And China makes most of the renewables. It's hard to get people out of the tunnel accident, so they slow them down to reduce. Yeah, I thought it was just about safety. It seems like this is actually about the physics of pressure, air pressure in confined spaces as well. That sounds like some tunnels. If you put vents in it, it wouldn't compress as much. Yeah, Autobahn, unlimited speed limits, problem solved. Yeah, you just vent the pressure, but in a small tunnel, you can also suck the air out if the train is pressurized and travel even faster. Yeah, it's very interesting. Mr. Min's decision to rule out funding drew criticism from some along the proposed route, including Gosford Erina Business Chamber President David Evers, who urged the state to help bankroll the project. Instead of Western Sydney getting every last dollar, it's time the state government started supporting people on the Central Coast, he said. Yeah. Meanwhile, opposition infrastructure spokeswoman Bridget McKenzie said the proposed rail line would challenge the government's budget management. It will be a test of the government's fiscal responsibility, whether the Prime Minister commits millions in funding to buy up land or commerce works beyond what has been approved by the Independent Infrastructure Authority, she said. Yeah, it's an interesting point, isn't it? Very briefly, when the Chinese do massive infrastructure projects, they require a lot of land acquisition. How do they deal with the land acquisition process? In Australia, land acquisition is quite complex and timely to get land off different property owners in order to deliver a large infrastructure project. Does China have the same hurdles when delivering infrastructure? Short response, please. LOL, Central Coast gets a lot more funding than the far North Coast, that's for sure. Their promises to repair stuff was bollocks. They spent thousands, millions into a fund and then raised a dozen houses. Hundreds of millions, I meant, yeah. China doesn't face the same level of delay in Australia. In China, all urban land is state-owned and rural land is collectively owned. So the government can compulsorily acquire land quickly for infrastructure, offer standardized compensation, cash relocation, replacement housing, limited legal challenges. There's no equivalent to Australia's lengthy court processes. I mean, that's my experience. When it comes to land acquisition stuff, it is fucking horrible in Australia. Australia, by contrast, land is privately owned with strong legal protections. Projects require negotiation, environmental approvals, and potential court disputes. This makes acquisition slower, more complex, and more expensive. Bottom line, China can deliver projects faster, largely because there is land acquisition. Land acquisition is centralized and less legally contested, whereas Australia prioritizes property rights and due process, which takes more time. So Australia is bourgeois, basically. Australia is, hey, I have property rights. And can't forget the lawyers want in on that game as well. Hey? The lawyers want to make sure that they're in on every stage of the process so they can get a cut. The lawyers have got to get a cut. Come on. Somebody think of the lawyers, please. Please. Will somebody think of the lawyers? Yeah, let's do this. Somebody think of the lawyers. All right, so here it is. This is the business case evaluation report. Had a pop of about 35,000 or so before the flood, like 17,000 now. And a number of them still in refugee displacement camps. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you talking about, Violet Quinn? What had a pop of 35 or so before the flood? Like your area, 17,000 now, and a number of them still in refugee displacement camps. Are we talking about in the, like, on the New South Wales North Coast? You're talking about people being in refugee camps. Just got to make sure I got the right context here. Because the high-speed rail, Newcastle to Sydney. Yeah, it really is just Newcastle to Sydney. I'm from Lismore. And what, people live in refugee camps in your town? In a nutshell, it's just the suburbs for the rest of the world. Yeah, I'm talking about my hometown. What the fuck? Sorry, do you have, like, I don't know how else to ask this without sounding incredibly ignorant, but, like, do you have some type of, like, something that we can look at here? Like, pictures of this? Like, is there content of this? Can I YouTube and see this? The imagery I have in my head, you're talking about refugee and displacement camps on the North Coast because of the floods. Like, I knew people had been completely fucked over by them. But we're talking about refugee camps. Yeah, they made a camp out of town for the displaced. And it has more people in it now than 3 years ago. Wow. Okay. All right. Wow. Recommendations. Maybe the Echo, local paper. Lismore is always prone to flooding. Yeah. Well, how would I find that, do you reckon? Oh, actually, fuck, let's ask the research assistant. I have just been alerted to the idea that Lismore, or a town near Lismore, has something akin to refugee camps or encampments due to people that have had to or have been displaced due to flood events in the locality. I am looking for some type of media source, maybe from a local paper or something on YouTube, etc., that documents this situation. Are you able to provide me with some sources? Able to provide me with some sources for this?
I'm getting older and I'm fully aware that I'm getting.
Do you reckon that, like, that thing that you said, Military Road in Lismore, then go to the end of it, and there used to be a sports club, now it's a camp? Do you reckon that'll be on Google Maps?
Older and I'm fully aware that the biggest group of homeless people are older women. I've been to local members and I've heard them on the phone begging for accommodation for me and being told the government has promised millions for accommodation, but there's no answer for me.
In 2022, northern New South Wales was hit with 2 devastating floods. Today, up to 1,200 people still remain in emergency accommodation with limited resources. Trish Bowie was in a rental property when the floods hit and lost most of her possessions.
Hi, I'm Trish Bowie and I live in the Bayside residence at Brunswick Heads. Losing a lot of things was pretty upsetting. I had even less clothes, less personal items, and it makes you feel even more insecure than you are already. So we were offered temporary accommodation in motels and then offered a pod after applying for it. And that was wonderful.
It's like this?
I've had OCD
like this is what you're talking
since
about?
my early 20s after a series of sad events.
That's one at Brunswick. But like, so like they went and built temporary accommodation for people, but they haven't done anything else. So like people live in this type of, what would you call this? The like demountable kind of structures.
That set it off. But it's wonderful to have a feeling of safety. I've been seeking help for years for many things, the homelessness, the mental health, and it is really not out there help. And sometimes people are even rude to you when you ask for help. I don't have any family and friends are a long way away, and I'm used to...
They never rebuilt the permanent stuff. It's still just boarded up. You know, when I went through the US, I can't remember when it was. Let's just say a decade ago. There was a big hurricane that went through Florida or much of the southeast, Hurricane Katrina. And I remember driving through parts of Florida and like we were with American friends at the time, and there were just like these expansions of these suburbs that were just all like boarded up and you could see them from the highway. And I was like, what is that? And they were like, it's like crazy Walking Dead stuff and just expanses of these places. And I'm like, what is this? And they're just like, oh, these were the communities that were thrashed by Hurricane Katrina. And like they were fine, like, well, it was dilapidated because I guess it was abandoned, but like, you know, it's just so many properties, like suburbs and suburbs just abandoned. And it's just like, and it just, that was, the solution was just to get out of there. And like, where do these people go? Like, what do they do? How do they resettle themselves, rehouse themselves? And it's just expanses of old forgotten suburbs kind of thing. It was so eerie, and it's such a weird situation. Like I'm telling you, I know like ideologically I go on about like capitalism and stuff. I get on my high horse, but like this really is a very, very inefficient society. When the market doesn't have a response to stuff, we're just like, oh, well. And then all the people that are associated with that just fall straight through the cracks. It's mental. The one in Lismore, they just put on top of a literally $1 million synthetic sports field. A lot of people from New Orleans came to Texas and spent their government checks on TVs and tattoos. So I was wondering, like, where do these people go? I remember just looking out. I'm sure I was in Florida at the time. People from New Orleans came to Texas. Hey, gotta spend your government checks on something. It's crazy. Sometimes it's better to go down with the ship than be captain with no ship. It's these stories that you don't hear about, but when you hear we need to fund a synagogue or a Chinese museum. That really gets my goat. I never evacuate. I don't have enough to leave it behind. Ugh. My old school got flooded in Lismore, and now it's at the uni. The school grounds lay empty. Spandock Market State. Katrina hit Louisiana. Okay. So I wonder what I was talking about though. Oh no. Oh, it must have been on the way, I guess. Market State, doesn't matter. Which, if the solution is too hard, apparently our government knows they can cop out with zero repercussions. Spandock, that is the difference between the refugee and... What is the difference between a refugee and a citizen? If anything, the refugee is suffering far worse conditions than the citizen. And it's not like they are housing refugees adequately either. The citizen should be the priority, in my opinion. Yeah, there's multiple schools that still haven't reopened.
Trying to struggle by myself. So even though I don't ask for help a lot, I know it's there. And also the social activities. Being out having barbecues or participating in craft, it's such a wonderful way to get my mind off myself. Thank you for caring about me. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, uniting. Yeah.
It was a community devastated by one of our worst ever floods. Thousands of homes destroyed and lives shattered in Lismore. In the aftermath, families were given temporary accommodation, but now they face homelessness again.
All we had was clothes we had on. The water went right up onto the bottom of the roof.
These are the faces of those who lost everything in the Lismore floods. Oh no. In the aftermath, they were given a lifeline, but 2 years on, there's a new crisis.
Has this been your saving grace here?
Yeah, it certainly has. We're so grateful we got one. You know, now we've got to go.
Well, I was in a tent for three months till I got into here after the flood. And that's where I'll be going back to.
We've got absolutely nowhere to go.
Just don't have a heart. Nobody cares about us.
Where are we going to go? Everyone here at this village in northern New South Wales lost their homes in the 2022 floods. So the state government built these pods to provide temporary accommodation. But these people are now facing homelessness yet again because the local council wants its land back. There's just one big problem. There's still nowhere for them to go.
So we're getting booted out.
Peter is a 76-year-old single parent.
Damn.
It's just like a wall of water.
We are seeing unprecedented flooding in northern New South Wales.
You can't predict where this is going to happen next.
I know people who cut and punch their ways out of roofs.
These conditions are different to anything you will have experienced before.
Oh my God. Next time it could be the middle of Sydney, it could be Canberra.
Absolutely climate change that's happening right here, right now.
Nobody's immune.
It's a domino effect. Everyone has been affected here.
Everything is destroyed up here. Everything. Oh my God. No. No. Everything. Wow. Through the is not good. I'm Carla, I work here because I'm an artist. Everything we got is all gone.
So which one's your costume?
That one.
That like red sparkly one?
Yeah. Got wrecked in a flood.
That's a very messy seat, isn't it? I think you want to sit there. You want to perch your bum on this one, this end here?
That's wet.
It's all going to be wet, sweetheart. Just perch on the end. How's that?
Oh my God, that stuff.
C Space is art studios for artists with disability. I'm still in shock. So much great work just being destroyed. We lost everything in the 2017 flood, and 5 years later we're back here again, but we've lost even more. Parents can't go to work, there is no work, which means that even if they do have a roof over their head, they can't actually afford to keep paying their mortgages or their rents.
Yeah, I had to get a boat to rescue my mum. I had to sail over active power lines. I knew they were active because all the lights in the houses were still. It was literally above a power connection to her house. And it had never had water more than 1 foot into the house before. Jesus. At like 5 p.m. they said that the flood alert was cancelled, and at 2 a.m. it breached the levee. So everyone but me was asleep.
You know, it's a domino effect. Everyone has been affected here.
The only thing that was floating before I left was my mattress, and the water was up there. I was calling the SES, they weren't coming. A police officer off duty on a canoe come along and got me. But it's going to be a long, long process getting back in here. I've got no place for a long time.
Chris, you might be able to wipe this off, the picture of your daughter.
Here we go. I'm saving a few photos.
Maybe just wipe that off.
Precious photos. That's my niece, my daughter, and my nephew. I'm glad that I've got photos like this to save. Some people don't have no photos.
We were kind of optimistic. We packed everything up to about a metre or two above the 2017 floods, and we thought, like, this building, that main floor has never been under, and so we thought we were safe. Was it yesterday that we could get in? Yesterday was when we got in, wasn't it? I don't even know what day it is. That was the front when we came into it. The whole store looked like that, you know.
Do you guys have insurance?
No flood insurance. Can't get it down here. Every pharmacy in town has been destroyed. We'll try to get something fun.
The market delivers again, hey? Can't get insurance. Can't get insurance. It's not profitable.
Functional and
my mum would have drowned if I hadn't gone. I couldn't get to our old neighbour. She drowned. My little bro's mate's parents watched it happen from their roof. They had 2 rubber dinghies for the entire area.
You know, deliver what we can.
We thought we were bloodproof. And this is what happened. The whole ceiling.
You can't get a loan if you can't get insurance. So you can't sell or repair the property except for cash.
Came down.
This is just beyond anything, this room. We're a domestic and family violence homelessness response service, so we did a lot of case management down here. So, you know, we've just got like all these destroyed children's toys and clothes, back to school kits. It's completely wiped out. When a woman is in domestic and family violence and disasters like flood and fire hit them, they become isolated, they're at complete risk. As long as they can stay alive, that would be their only criteria right now. You've got a better chance of surviving that sort of violence than you have this sort of flood. All the normal criteria for living has changed completely. We've had a catastrophic fire, and now we're having a catastrophic 1 in 1,000 year flooding event. This is not normal. With the weather changing, you can't predict where this is going to happen next. Next time, it could be the middle of Sydney. It could be Canberra. Nobody's immune to these new weather events, and it's getting very scary.
I guess we're here just trying to uplift everyone's spirits after losing everything in the flood.
School this week, and I didn't go to school last week. I think people need to really act on things like climate change so it prevents these floods, because it's not a good way of life.
We can see the changes. We're living those changes and we're taking them seriously. And so I think that governments need to take it seriously, businesses need to take it seriously, people in power who can make those decisions to actually make those changes on a systemic level also need to take that seriously, because climate change is here and it's not going away.
I haven't seen a Get Up thing in a long time. I didn't even know there was still an outfit. It's strange watching news and recognizing people. Wow.
That scene behind you looks really distressing. I mean, the amount of rubbish that's on the side of the streets there. Just how is the clean-up progressing in Lismore?
Look, it is slow going, but it is now a few days in. And yes, I'm on the main street here in Lismore, and just it's lined with really rubbish. But what was furniture, which was paperwork, which was everything that made up these businesses in the main street. And this is just one street in Lismore. This is happening, a repeated scene in dozens, especially in homes in the south, in the north of Lismore. And the clean-up really started for a lot of houses yesterday. People went home for the first time and started cleaning up. And look, this is going to be a huge task. The start is assessing what's inside, is cleaning up. We've already had lots of people here on the main street already go into their businesses. They've got brooms, they've got all sorts of things to start that. But this is just step one. We know that this clean-up here, the enormity of the task ahead is really sinking in, and it's about the recovery and rebuild. And really what happens next is still...
Is it, though? Is it really about the recovery and the build? Did they actually recover and build?
There is a face-off brewing in the flood-ravaged town of Lismore. The state government squaring up to a bunch of squatters who are refusing to budge from a street of abandoned properties.
It was the biggest flood in modern Australian history. The New South Wales town of Lismore largely submerged, hundreds of homes left beyond repair.
We've lost heaps except for what we've got on our backs and in our hands.
Many damaged properties were bought out by the state government, but for 3 years they've been left to rot.
In Lismore, there are about 800 empty homes as a result of the government buyback process.
Now, around 50 people have moved into the town's once abandoned Pine Street, dubbed Squatters Lane by locals.
To be honest with you, it's probably the most stable I felt in 2 years and the safest I felt in 2 years. Like, I was living in a car park in a caravan with my son. We had lots of things going on.
Pull it all the way back and then, it's safe like that.
Here, I'm surrounded by multiple people who are just loving. We're living beautifully. Yeah, this is where we're staying now.
Feels good to call a place home.
It seems like we've got nowhere else to go.
The group has created a small community, tending the gardens, sharing clothes and pooling groceries and fuel.
Some of them were flood affected, some of them are just from the Northern Rivers region, and some of them are travellers, all of them in need of a shelter.
But if the state government gets its way, they'll all be kicked out. It's turned off the water and issued multiple eviction notices.
Everybody deserves housing. It's more expensive for governments to have people on the streets and to have people houseless than it is to have people housed.
For now, the squatters are digging in, reconnecting the water supply and ignoring efforts to remove them. And while not everyone is happy about their presence, some local residents welcome them.
We've all along seen this as positive, because of the positive motivations and the sense of organisation that people have brought to this.
We're aware that we're living around many boarded up houses and it's not ideal. You don't want to live surrounded by boarded up houses in a housing crisis. To see people back in them, it does feel safer to have neighbours.
We're joined now by Big Rob. That is his legal name. He's a Lismore City Councillor and a member of the Council's Flood Risk Management Committee. Big Rob, what is it that you think these people are doing that's wrong?
Well, besides breaking into premises, damaging locks to get in there, stealing water and power, and not leaving when asked to by the rightful owner, I think they're doing quite a lot wrong. They're also camping out in the streets now and putting things all over the public spaces on the footpaths and everything like that. Yeah, so what they're doing, they haven't got enough houses, they're going into other streets, and this is what the media's not hearing. People are actually living in their homes still from after the flood, are going away, coming back to...
They wouldn't even let people move back into livable homes because they want to use it for something else. But they can't repair anything. Damn. Do you have an opinion on this then? Violet Quinn? Big Rob is a Lismore councillor, by the way. Yeah, they said that. Yeah, Big Rob. Well, he doesn't like the squatters. Do you have an opinion on this stuff? My God.
Finding a couple of backpackers in their house thinking it was an empty house and it was a squat that they could just go into. And we've got problems with the local businesses having to deal with a lot of, asking for free stuff all the time. There's more theft. There's just, there's a lot of problems going on down there that aren't being spoken about because there's an attempt to portray this, we're angels.
They want to make it a sporting centre. So all the houses around the sports fields, they want to use as for parking lots. Okay. And so they want to move these people along. They reclaim the land.
And we're doing the right thing. We're protecting these properties and all sorts of things.
So it's not just people squatting in condemned buildings that have been bought by the government. You're saying that people are actually squatting in...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think they should let them stay and improve the area. It is much better than just falling down like the rest of town.
Homes that are already occupied?
Yeah, well, there's been instances, I've had 2 reports from residents who are living there. They just haven't renovated their properties yet because they can't afford to. They haven't had a buyback. They've gone out for the day and come back and they've had people in their homes thinking that they must have thought they were squats or something. They do leave, so it's not like, you know, like they have a fight or anything. They go, what are you doing in our house? And they leave. But they're going into houses that aren't even owned by the RA, the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority.
Well, some of the squatters we spoke to today said they've been living rough for a while, and this is the first time some of them have felt safe in years. And if they are confined to government housing that the governments, you know, aren't going to use, isn't that a good thing?
Well, there's a lot of problems with that. So the reason that these houses were purchased was to get people out of harm's way, not to put more people in it. So in Queensland, for example, when they buy a house after a flood, they usually knock it down within 8 weeks. But these houses are marked for either relocation, demolition...
No comment, Jack. I'm not even following, though, to be fair. Not following the side convo. But it's good to have a healthy debate. I'm all for it. Look at this, man. Where is this? The Ganges? Like, where the are we here? A favela? Is this Australia? My God.
Or sailors.
I just switched back to the stream after doing my taxes. Your taxes, you poor man. Was just listening in the background. The houses will only be knocked down. No one's going to live there. It's planned to be made into bush and green space. Interesting.
Recycled material. Now, that was based on all the protests and upheaval about what to do with these houses, which the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority listened to. But now they've occupied them. Now they can't do those things. So this is a new thing again. But the ones who are actually homeless, you know, the question asks, what gives them the right to jump the queue by illegally occupying these properties and then trying to get an advantage, which they are getting because they've been offered accommodation, be it emergency accommodation or be it more permanent. So I don't think it's fair either way that if they are in the queue or, you know, there's people that have been on there for years that need assistance. Why should these people do that or get a head start on others just because they are willing to break the law?
Big Rob, you've got a lot of keys around your neck.
You do.
And you know, people watching are going to go, he must own every house. That's why he doesn't want people squatting there.
No, well, it's got nothing to do with it. So as some of these are my personal keys, some of my work keys and everything like that, but I also manage some boarding house rooms, which has nothing to do with the squatting. But just on that topic, there are many options available in the Lismore area for accommodation. They're not being used because we still have all the emergency pods, which are still, I think it's running out this year. They were free for a couple of years, free accommodation, no utilities to pay. I actually had, I think it was 7 people move out of the boarding house that I look at, or the houses I look after, to go live for free for a couple of years, and they weren't even flood affected because this particular place is up on the top of the hill. And it's quite sad to see. And
Perfectly livable houses, and we're the worst rental crisis here in the state. There's 3 families living on my property alone. And so, like, you've invited these families to live here, or are you talking about this as like family and stuff like that? Like relatives, I mean.
I speak out about it, and I'm made to be the enemy because I know the facts, and I speak.
Hello, he's one of the slum lords. He definitely makes a profit off having people forced to pay his rates. Slum lords, damn.
Speak about them, and people don't want to hear them because they don't fit in the, you know, the utopian dream of let's go and occupy this street and all have camps and sing Kumbaya around a campfire.
You're making it sound like heaven, Rob.
Mr. Big Rob.
Big Rob. Man who's funded by taxpayers and own houses complains about homeless people jumping the queue to live in flood damaged properties. Absolutely insane take. Eh? Well, I had a granny flat and wasn't being used, and little bro's mate and his kids needed a house. Damn. Then there's my little bro, and dad also has this as his own, as his in-town space. Yeah, shit. Where are you, KK? Are you on the North Coast as well? Or have I just made that up? Have we had this discussion before?
Not far from the heart of Lismore are a bunch of homes among the gum trees on a dead-end road called Pine Street. For the past 9 months, a group of squatters has occupied 7 houses. Some are travellers, some are locals who come and go. Others, like Tina, say this place has become a refuge.
I came to lose my job, couldn't get a rental. I've been living officially in my car for about 3 years. This place has felt like a bit more into normal life. You know, I've got a roof over my head, I can feel a bit safer. I've now even got a job, like I've just recently got myself a job. You know, so life is starting to look up for me now.
Shane came over from Sydney. He'd been sleeping in his truck parked at one of the properties and recently bought a caravan.
I was just looking for a place to park the truck one night.
And the 5 dogs. Of course, everyone has a dog, and they are mostly not safe with each other. That's why I'm always changing the dogs in the yard, right? Okay. One of the first comments I made against nationalism was about how capitalist nationalism doesn't equate to mutual control of forces of production. Southeast Queensland, broski. Ah, okay, sorry.
And drove down this street to find vans everywhere, lit up with people and music and guitars and...
Good old flood town. We're in the news along with Lismore. Okay.
And I just felt so lit up with people and music and guitars, and I just felt so safe finally. No, I didn't have a house, but it felt like I had a home.
Following the devastating floods in Lismore in 2022, the then Perrottet government vowed to help the town recover, buying up properties in the flood zone it deemed unsafe. The plan was to demolish, relocate or fix up the homes. Pine Street was included, but since then the homes have remained empty, allowing people like Tina to move in.
Under the law, you're not allowed to be here. Are you willing to be prosecuted?
Well, I'm here out of desperation, you know. I would like to appeal for that and say, look, you know, what else was I supposed to do? I did call emergency accommodation before coming here.
According to the group's self-appointed spokespeople, Emma and Lockie, they're also protesting against the New South Wales government's slow action on helping Lismore.
I hope it will tell people that the flood recovery has failed and that this system that we have in this government is inherently failing all of us.
Pine Street was cut off by floodwaters when Cyclone Alfred swept through earlier this month. The squatters fled for higher ground, only to return after Alfred cleared off.
It was a lot of effort to prepare for and a lot of potential risk and a lot of panic and a lot of fear for people who don't have anywhere else to go.
But you're okay with moving back into houses in the flood zone?
Yeah, well, look, ideally no one would have to live in the floodplains, but the reality of this area is that there's just not enough housing.
This part of the world is known for its free-spirited culture, and there's a strong sense of community here. They set up their own lounge with the piano culture, and drums for get-togethers.
I don't know what that means. Eh? We can only guess.
And chip in money for communal meals. But while they're getting cosy, these homes are owned by the state government, and the Premier, Chris Minns, wants them out.
The government's Reconstruction Authority has been trying to move them on for months to no avail.
Ho Chi Minh strikes again. Whoa.
We bought those houses so that we could keep communities safe
so that no one would live there. And to have squatters move in off the back of that is completely unacceptable. So I've made a decision in conjunction with the Reconstruction Authority that we are going to demolish those houses.
The squatters' camp has angered some in Lismore. Last weekend, police responded to reports of a group of hoons who did burnouts in the early hours and damaged vehicles. For Lismore Mayor Steve Krieg, it's been frustrating to watch the squatter camp grow. He wants them gone too, but he says there's little the council can do.
The state government is responsible for moving them on, so do you think it's taken too long?
I think more swift action probably at the start of this whole debacle.
They used to call Lismore the hippie capital of Australia. Yeah. Very free and loving society. Experimental too.
Probably would have seen a much less conflict, that's for sure. It's been allowed to fester like an open sore, sadly, and you know, that's where we find ourselves today, where it's almost a standoff.
Would you like to see the police move in and remove them?
No, I wouldn't like to see it, but I think what we're dealing with here is illegal activity. They're occupying a property that is not theirs without the owner's consent.
And I've gone and added extra steel up into the roof to make it cyclone-proof.
Not everyone on Pine Street is squatting. Paul Pateson has lived here for 36 years, raising the foundations of his house, which survived the 2022 disaster.
And all of a sudden it just went and just surged up, and we didn't have a lot of time.
Despite the high risk of flood after flood, he declined a government offer to buy back his home.
And I'm...
What are you saying? On screen at the moment, 6 people died because he wanted people to go shopping. What, like the mayor that you were talking about before? Pretty casual looking mayor, might I say. Don't see that in Sydney. Not in my neck of the woods. Usually they're all suited up.
Not worried about the floods. To me, it doesn't bother me. It's kind of exciting, to be honest. But anyway, my wife died in my arms here. I got my history here. I'm sort of, you know, I'm happy to stay here till I die.
This week, the Minns government reshuffled its cabinet, elevating long-time Northern Rivers MP Janelle Saffin to Minister for Recovery. She says the squatters were issued eviction notices about 2 months ago, with court action now underway.
It's divided.
Yeah, the man. Like, what did he do? Like, people died because he wanted the people to go shopping. Like, what, he opened up the main street again or something, and it wasn't ready.
Our community, and the majority of people in our community are upset about it. They feel that that's just something they don't want to have to deal with on top of the trauma of 2022.
She says the homes on Pine Street are unsafe to live in.
Some of them have asbestos and they have to be assessed one by one. That takes time. They have to be hazmated.
But she's conceded the recovery process in Lismore has taken too long.
Recovery by its nature is chaotic. I'm a local as well, and the local member, and I've said that myself, that sometimes things are too slow. I'm now the minister. I've been the minister for a minute, and to the best of my ability, taking over now, I'm going to work to speed things up.
The government isn't...
He pushed for them not to have flood alert because it was hurting businesses, having all the shops shutting and getting stock up. Oh, okay. And it sounds like pretty typical mayor stuff though, doesn't it? That you reckon? That have like chambers of commerce and people in the business community putting pressure on them to do certain things, and then they'll have to take the heat for it as well when shit goes down. These deaths are on your hands.
Saying when the bulldozers will come. But if they do, Tina says she'll be devastated.
We won't have anywhere to stay, so I'll be literally on the streets with my son. So that'll be back into full-on survival mode and full-on fear and living in the street.
What would you like to say to the Premier?
Come and see us. Come and talk to us. Do we deserve to be demolished for being there for each other?
Interesting. Damn, what a rabbit hole this has been. Man, all thanks to the fucking high-speed rail network. My God, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Oh, yeah, typical mass stuff, but 6 people unalive because people were asleep instead of evacuated. Yeah. Yeah, crazy. All right. Look, I've got to finish up early today, so I'm going to leave it there. They're like, wow. Pretty crazy stuff, isn't it? Like, it doesn't matter what side of the culture wars you're in. Like, this stuff is not only very confronting and like a hard dose of reality, but it really does show you that a system which proclaims to have such wealth and capability, it can just be so mercenary with people at the same time on all fronts. Not helping existing population, not helping transient populations. Like, what are we doing, honestly, as a society? Like, we all talk a big game about, you know, citizens first and all that sort of stuff. But like, this stuff is, yeah. It is humbling, all of this stuff. Very unfortunate situation. Very unfortunate situation. All right. Like I said, I got to bounce early today, so I'm going to have to leave it there. But if you have been contributing today, interacting, commenting, debating people in the sides, this is what it's all about. Having a conversation, at least. That's all we can do on a platform like this, to be honest. Come together and speak. Be civil, at least. Dilemmas, Violet Quinn, Remag, Spandonk in the house for the afternoon session, Tagard. Interesting contributions today, Tagard, might I say. Jordan was in the house earlier, Jag hanging out. I think Ravy Baby said she was lurking today. Who else we got here? I've missed. KK was hanging out too. I'm sure if I've missed people, I probably have. I just can't go back far enough. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming along. And we will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be different hours, so keep your eye. I'll put something in Discord. I'm going to be starting late tomorrow. But like, yeah, keep an eye on Discord or Patreon or YouTube. I'll put an announcement out of what time I'll start. Probably start a couple of hours later tomorrow. But yeah, thank you everyone for interacting, and have a good rest of your day, whatever it is that you're up to. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. I will see you on the morrow.